Good morning, traders, and welcome back after, of course, FOMC kickstarting things. And it looks like we're on a little bit of a breakout city, and we've been on breakout. I don't know if you guys were in that mood yesterday, but I had my best day of the year just yesterday. So, hey, can't be mad at all. It was a great day to go ahead and do what? Hit the gas pedal. Normally not what you get on an FOMC day, but there were some stocks that were just booming, booming, booming. We'll talk all about my trades and how I was able to make over $1,500, actually over $1,600. But hey, can't be mad at all in one day. Going to go ahead and keep pushing here. We'll take a look at the playbook today. What's on the radar? And something tells me, did you guys see a stock called Intel? Who's been talking about Intel? Right here. Your boy Money Mitch, of course, again, 30% winner. You can't get this, guys, anywhere else, right? I don't think there was anyone talking about Intel just yesterday about this specific thing. And don't bet against what? The U.S. government, of course. That's why MP will be on the radar. We'll take a look at different stocks out there. It's going to be another beautiful day here, guys. Ready to get after the trading action? It was an awesome day yesterday. So today will be about what? Just managing things, right? Like, I don't need to go crazy today. I've had an amazing week. Don't want to go crazy. Just want to look for some really good setups and just continue to play and run with the momentum. Look for stocks that have that momentum, right? And man, it was a great one yesterday in open and other trades, but we'll talk a little bit more about those when we get Michael Noss on. We'll get more into the trading action. Take a look at some of the trades that I made yesterday. Let's get to some trading action today. Let's take a look at what's happening right now. All right, so we can go towards the market right now. We can take a look to see how the SPY is doing, and the SPY is starting to pull back here. Oh no, did we just get the gap up and now we get the pullback? Well, that could happen, right? And so definitely starting to get a little bit of a leak, but what a drive off of the leak from yesterday. It went down and right back up, and it was a hard one, guys. I was even in UMAC and had to go through a slight red time before this broke up there towards almost $12 there on UMAC. And man, what a lift off there, guys. I was able to cash in towards the 1180s. Didn't get to 12, but I mean, I can't complain there. UMAC definitely still on the radar today for continuation. Even going to put a daily out there. I talked about this for a break off of the 10 going towards the 11. It got towards the 12. Right? So honestly, it's a great call. We'll talk about different trades out there that are available to you today. Let's get to the playbook action. Of course, this is a lot going to be intended towards what? To tech, as of course we get Intel and to invest. We get NVIDIA to invest in Intel. So I'm actually looking to see some tech run today. We'll see if we can get a Microsoft run back above the 515 area. I've played this last week, was able to get a nice win in Microsoft. I'm seeing Microsoft come back here towards their earnings high. This was all the way up there towards 554. So I'm wondering, when do we start to get the lift off of here, right? So right now, it looks like it's trying to get above that 515. Something that looks too crazy this moment. But like always, it's like Intel, right? It doesn't look good. And then all of a sudden, boom, wow, I want this. Well, let's see what happens there. Let's keep going. Let's go to a different play out there. Of course, you guys can take a look into the playbook. We put this out on our Twitter all the time. Let's go to snow. As I'm looking for the snow to evaporate here, but go higher here. And I love the undercut and rallies. I've been talking about these so much that here it is, guys. Clear as day. Undercuts the 222 spot there. Gets down there towards the 216. Now coming out of that base. Looking for the 220s to hold today. Slight undercut of that. That's okay. Maybe the 219. But I'm looking for a run in snow back towards 222. And for that mention, we can look at other sympathy plays inside of this space, right? Zscaler. We'll look for this to start getting hot again. This had been going sideways. Now it could break right back above the 300. You got Pan W. Pan W up there to the 204. I remember when I started to see this gap and I drew it out. Would we fill the gap to 200? Created it on September 3rd. It filled the gap and then some. So Pan W continuing to go up higher, 205 almost coming up. CrowdStrike is the other one, guys. This one's already getting going, kind of leading the action this morning. And this is also what's telling me keep your eyes on Snow and keep your eyes on Zscaler. Other two plays that could go with this cybersecurity bounce. Let's go to long MP as the government-backed play, as MP could see another lift as, of course, we hear more and more mentions of companies getting backed by the government, right? Well, we got Intel backed by the government, and now deals are coming out of Intel. I think there's a reason why, right? We'll see what happens here. Will MP Materials just take off back there towards 77 and 80? I think it's something to watch now, and I'll be looking at it to see today if it gets really going, but MP Materials on the watch. All right, let's keep going. We'll get to the sunrise report. We got a lot to talk about, so let's go back to the SPY here and talk about what happened. Of course, the markets are rebounding as tech leads the party here. The Fed's quarter-point cut was fully priced in, but traders cheered the policymakers signaled that 2 more cuts are likely this year. We'll see if that actually happens. Intel rockets on $5 billion NVIDIA deal. Who was talking about Intel, of course, just yesterday coming out of the base of 25? I talked about how you might see this thing all of a sudden rocket and not be able to look back and be mad that we didn't get access towards it at that 25. Well, there it is. The exact move that I was talking about where it does a runaway move here where you can't get Intel at 25 anymore. You can't get it at 22 anymore. Probably never, ever getting it at 20 again, right? So if you didn't get in, well, it's too late now. Now it's kind of like you're chasing, right? Now you're feeling like, oh, but it's up 30%. How do I get in now? Well, you need to pull back, right? Now you need to be patient. Right? That's why I kind of like to sometimes front run these moves right into the break. The base was there. It was breaking out. The government support. It wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. And boom, this headline hits and wow, 30% overnight. And I don't think there was anybody that was really talking about this move. So that's why I try my best to kind of get you guys things ahead of time, not beforehand. So now I can definitely pat myself on the back because this was an amazing call, not just a good call, amazing. And to just put it there, I mean, I'm on freaking fire right now. Open yesterday, called it to the long side, right? Boom. Really good move there. I mean, it was just a fabulous day overall. And then the Intel is just what I call the cherry on the top, right? The cherry on top of the sundae. Can't be mad at all. Destroying the calls lately, guys. I mean, honestly, this has been the time where, you know, it's what I talk about, gas pedal. This is the gas pedal time. This is when you can make yourself returns that push your equity curve forward. And if you've been struggling in the last couple of weeks, I think you really need to do a review because the last like 2 or 3 weeks, it's just been, it's been easy almost. That is scary. That tells me, watch out, Mitch, because there could be a turnaround and a wicked one coming soon. All right, we'll see what happens out there, but definitely Intel looking great off of that, of course. NVIDIA investing at $23.28 a share, $5 billion of co-developed data center and PC products. Intel stock rebounded $32 to $32, recovering the decade lows earlier this year. Deal expands AI and CPU ecosystem, but does not cover NVIDIA chip manufacturing at Intel's foundry. So that's one thing that you want to see in the long run. Will NVIDIA be able to make their chips at Intel's foundry? That could definitely be a big thing. But guess what? There's more. Press conference is set at 1 p.m. Eastern today with CEOs Jensen Huang and Lips Blue Tan. So get ready, guys, because the fireworks haven't stopped, and the conference at 1 p.m. tells me that there could be more coverage coming soon. A rare fusion between AI and CPU powerhouses, and the markets are loving it. And I know there's one more person that's loving it this morning. It's Donald Trump, right? Because at the end of the day, these CEOs were sitting around a round table just recently. You don't think this was talked about? Yes, it completely was, guys. I mean, they've been doing backdoor deals like never before. So get ready. The backdoor deals aren't stopping anytime soon. Foreign bribery is legal right now, so that isn't going to stop anything anytime soon. Look for more and more deals, more and more stakes being taken by the government in companies, which is unheard of in the past. And this is why I talked about that you needed your piece of intel before you got this rocket, right? Because now you're just chasing. And there's going to be a lot of chasing today in Intel. That's why I think today is not a long on Intel. It might be just an inside day or a short there now. That's why you got to get a little bit early on that move. And what a move there in Intel. All right, we'll see what happens in other action there. Let's keep going in the Sunrise Report. But of course, Fed cuts rates and project caution, though they delivered a 25 basis point cut on Wednesday. They settled the funds rate at 4% to 4.25, and dissent. Only Trump's appointee, Stephen Marin, pushed for a bigger 50 basis point cut. Oh my God. Did we expect anything different? Yes, that's exactly what's happening here, guys. Really quickly, we're going to see monetary policy become fiscal policy. This hasn't happened in the past. They've been two separate policies. Now they're soon going to become one policy. Something to think about. The dot plots pointed to 2 more cuts this year, but only 1 cut in 2026. Something tells me that will completely change once Jerome heads out the door. So we'll see what happens there. Powell's tone was framed as risk management, not a new easing cycle. Something to think about, right? All right, we'll talk a little bit more about that. Let's go to NVO as that has news here. NVO jumped 5% in Europe after its oral semaglutide pill showed a 16.6 average weight loss in phase 3 trial, 64 weeks on this trial, comparable efficacy and safety to blockbuster Wegovy injection. It's submitted to the FDA in February, decision due in Q4 of 2025. So NVO starting to get another liftoff on this, and this could continue this liftoff. This stock has pulled back far enough that it could at least fill this gap. So I'm not saying that maybe NVO is a long-term pick for me, but short-term to fill the gap, I mean, yeah, that's definitely seeming like it's in play. We'll see what happens there on NVO. All right, the pill, of course, would be fully manufactured in the U.S., aligning with Trump's domestic production push also. So that's another thing, too. Continue to look for companies trying to please Trump's domestic production push in healthcare also. Meta unveiling an AI-powered smart glasses. We already knew about these, but now we got a price tag, right? And now we're going to start taking a look to see if Meta takes another rally higher, right? We'll see what happens. We're here as Mark Zuckerberg revealed the $799 Ray-Ban display glasses, the company's first consumer-ready spec with built-in high-resolution display and neural wristband controls. We'll see what happens here. Other launches, of course, the Oakley Meta Vanguard sports focus 9-hour battery 3K video. I actually think that's pretty cool, guys. I'm actually be looking into those Oakleys. I play a little adult sports on the side, guys. I wouldn't mind having those glasses on and seeing myself make some hell of a good plays, right? So, hey, these types of things, these VR glasses, I think it's something to think about. The Ray-Ban Meta Gen 2 double battery life, 3K ultra high D camera, $379, and Horizon TV VR app, Disney Plus universal content, and Quest headsets coming to you guys. So a push deeper into wearable AIs, though Zuck lives live demo hit a few glitches, just to mention that he went into some glitches there during his presentation. Last one on the day is Darden Restaurants, as they are the disaster stock of the day, taking a huge hit here. EPS came in at $1.97 adjusted versus $2 estimate. Revenues at $3.04 billion in line. Same store sales at plus 4.7%. Olive Garden and Longhorn strong. Fine dining weaker here. The real key, the fiscal full year 26 outlook. The revenue growth here 7.5 to 8%. EPS at $10.50 to $10.70. Olive Garden still feeding growth, but Bahama Breeze and Divestiture and fine dining dragged and weighed on the sentiment here. All right, we'll see what happens to other ones. Of course, other tech movers on the move. Palantir up about 1.5%. Tesla continuing. AMD down 5% after missing out on the rally. I think this is all having to do with, of course, that Intel news. Someone knew that yesterday and kept AMD down, right? So to me, now I put a green line on this kind of 162. Right? So if this passes back through 162, yeah, I want AMD. But if it's going to struggle and not be able to get back above 160, yeah, I'll just let it pull back to maybe the 200 EMA. Maybe it goes back to the 138s and then starts working its way back towards 160. All right, that's going to do it for that conversation. Let's get to the trading action. I know Michael's ready to go. Let's kick things off, start that countdown, and get to the trading action. It's Trade the Pool.
Wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What's going on, traders? Let's go ahead. Let's get things started. Let's bring on Michael Knows. What's going on, man? It's a roaring, dare I say, bull party? Let's go. It's a bull party indeed. And looks like, man, that Intel call, though.
You got
Sometimes, it's important to kind of see it early, right? I didn't get some yesterday because I put the swing account to sleep. Of course, I was working the day trade account and I was having my best day ever. So I had to just kind of keep milking that, right? So I take some trades that were really, really good. No swing on Intel in the long run, right? I sometimes, think about it like this, right? If I had like a big swing or investment account that I could do on the side, that's definitely in there. But that one's not to sell. That one's an investment. That's the way I would have viewed it, right? Like there was a point there where you could have risked there, $5 towards the low of Intel. And now you'll probably never get that opportunity again, right? At least I don't think so. I don't even think we'll get anywhere near that rate again. And the big thing is we also allowed a couple of like what was it? How many was it been like a week now or 2 weeks since we really got that first pop? It was on the 18th or was it the 19th? I'm not exactly sure if it was the 15th or it was
end of August
18th.
or mid-August when we had the first
one of those two, right? So you got that sideways period time that did what? It allowed the institutions to load. Man, it allowed the bigger money managers to load in there. And I think that's exactly what we saw. So the same way that I saw the Apple take off and we never went back on Apple, like we haven't been going back on Apple, I just think this is a very similar where the big boys are in now and you're not going to get an opportunity to get it back down there. But I do think this could be a fade today. How do you feel about this chart and moving forward on Intel?
Yeah, well, once you have the news, you just you take it's no longer a swing, right? It's more of a day. I think there's so many people who are so underwater on this. I look at this kind of the same as a lot of those like meme stocks and things like that. Now it did get, the longer bases, the more it kind of pulls out that position, but you got to remember it did get cut by 70% from its highs. So I wonder if there's going to be some people who are using this little pop and say, okay, let's just lighten up on some of the position because at least we're not as underwater as we were just a little bit, and that could cause a little bit of a pullback. So, I wanted above 26, didn't give the entry, so not too worried about it there. If we pull back down into the 30 or 27 kind of area, I may look to load up there, but I don't know. I just look at this and I say, okay, well, this is still the dog of the space. How much is it going to push up the rest of the guys? That's really kind of what I want to know, because I think more than anything, it puts a nice floor on a lot of these semiconductor companies, right? It's the administration, everything saying that this is it's a important area for our country, and we're gonna we use whatever logic or whatever reason we need to in order to prop these things up. So I'm just more interested in kind of maybe trading some SMH or SOXL or something like that today, because I think this is not just an Intel story now. It's for the whole place. It's kind of like when the banks, when they came out and said, hey, if you guys get yourself in trouble, we'll come bail you out. Right. So we have precedent for this before. And overall, it's been great tone financial since the government started to step in.
Yeah, I'll be watching the tech trade today, but more and more I'm feeling like, man, maybe we just got the overnight lift, right? So just be careful for at least an opening kind of pullback there. But I do like these trades in the long run too. My biggest thing is, will we see some more kind of stake come in, right? Will we see another company get some of the action there, right? And I think NVIDIA taking this move is massive important, right? Because NVIDIA was starting to kill Intel, literally kill it. Like it was on the verge of killing it, right? Because Intel even tried to do graphic chips to compete against NVIDIA. And guess what happened? No one wants these Intel chips. Like I was even considering it when I built my PC, right? Because I build PCs, so like I look deeper inside. Like, okay, how equivalent is it? It was decent in certain actions, like let's say like computer gaming, but where it came towards like actual complex computing, that's when the NVIDIA chips just take over. So like when your computer just gets like just driven and it's just like ramping up higher, that's when you see the separation of the chips, right? That's where the NVIDIA chips
Well, and
really take off
that goes
compared
that
to.
goes to a larger topic too, of how they're always saying they want to onboard onshore chip production, but it just shows that it's how complicated of a game it is. Because if
Yeah.
someone like Intel can't just grab what Nvidia is doing and come out with a carbon copy that's good enough, with billions and billions of dollars that they could tap at any given time, then it just shows how hard that is overall just to do. So it should also kind of cement that Nvidia is going to be the king for a while, because again, if Intel can't even catch up even remotely, then you've got a big way to go in order for any other company to kind of make ground. Right? AMD has already been a bit of a pro when it comes to GPU manufacturing, and they're still lagging behind. So shows there's a lot of dominance in the space there still by Intel. So if you think the need for chips are going to increase, well, maybe Intel's not completely done just yet going higher.
Yeah, I think another thing to keep in mind is that the company right now, put aside the external sales of the 18A and the variant 18A manufacturing process that cost Intel's billions of dollars to develop, the company would have to take a huge write-off. And this was given to us in July. So there's one opportunity that we're going to have, and that's going to be looking forward to seeing that if Intel does this huge write-off in their next earnings report, will that knock the stock down enough to give us an opportunity to get in? Right? It's something that's already been known, but not being talked about right now. So you'll see it, man. They'll start talking about it once they already have decent sized positions. That's just how it is. But that was a headline that I caught back in July 2nd. And I think it's an important one to keep in mind, right? That they even mentioned it, that on the next earnings, they might have to do that write-off. And all this investment, I think, pushes that write-off even more. They're just like, let's just do it. Let's just get that out of the way, right?
Get the news out. But if it's known in public, then like we talk about all the time, something so heavily covered as Intel, they'll probably pretty quickly, right? It's already kind of been baked in.
I would view it as an overnight down action that gets quickly bought up, right? Like that kind of action. But that could be our chance to maybe get in, right? It could give us that potential to get in here if you're looking for an opportunity. back in Intel. All right, guys, let's get out of that conversation. We can kind of kick it to some more action in the market. How'd you see things yesterday? I mean, there was so many stocks it was a surprising gas pedal day. At least I felt so. Certain stocks were just kind of ripping and ripping and ripping. And then, of course, when the FOMC meeting came, you saw some pullbacks come in, but it seemed pretty strong out there.
Yeah, that's a pretty big wide range bar, right? So if you just go to like 30-minute,
Oh, yeah.
this is why this
They
is
tried
why
to
I avoid
wash you.
FOMC day
They tried
entirely.
to
Is
wash you.
rip and then sell. So we broke our highs, then we broke our lows, and then we closed pretty much exactly where we opened. And we called that yesterday and just said, hey, if you're looking for any kind of movement, you'll get it. It will just be on both sides. And then if you go to the daily chart, again, you can see from the open to the close yesterday, it was 0.15% is all we moved yesterday. So the SPY basically did not move, but it made hay for the day traders. Now we're right back up to all-time highs, selling off a little bit in the pre-market, but we came and we tapped those all-time highs again. So the real question, I always just kind of anchor to now this zone right here, this FOMC area. I know my buddy Brian Shannon will actually just take the candle of the announcement and quite often sees a couple plays around there for the next 2 days. And all we're doing is saying, hey, this is the average price of the average person that was trading in that zone. So I'll be interested to see if we pull in a little bit more to that. But looks like, now that everyone's sat and thought about it and we've had some more numbers come out, we're sitting right at highs. And sitting at highs are always the hardest time to potentially day trade because you'll get just a lot of action on both sides. It's not, just like this slow uptrend that becomes easier to trade because you have people who, maybe they bought at all-time highs before, and then when we sold off, they kind of come back to it, that kind of thing. A lot of emotions happen up here. So I just think let's be a little bit cautious when it comes to the sell-off that's been happening in the morning. I'm not really too excited to trade this short or long. I'm just going to mark this pre-market high and then again the pre-market low and just see between those two things. Right, again, if we can get some action. So I've got the bot all loaded up again, and there's up to 40 some odd names that could play. So I'm just excited to get the market open so we can start going.
We'll see what happens here, man. There's so much action there to look around out today. We'll see if we can get some continued push. Man, it was a fun day yesterday, and I'm looking to make some more money. Let's go, let's go. It's been a great week overall. But a lot of that has just been kind of honing in. I think this was the time to make some cash, especially in this recent run. So we got to be a little bit careful if we start to slow down. But right now, we've been on this ramp up on the daily, on the SPY, and it's like I saw a trader say, like, if you were making a bunch of money in this last week, remember, like, humble yourself because this has been with that rally, right? And so
Yeah.
we'll see what happens once we get some type of pullback action, right? This rally that we got in the SPY here has really helped out some long traders, right? So
Yeah, and that's important to note too is and I would even go more extreme and say, hey, if you're not making money in this market, that this game is probably not for you.
you
And
need to
that's
take a
not to be,
review. We'll take a review. Maybe
yeah,
it's not that it's not for you, but you definitely need to take a review, right?
because
Um,
right, pretty much as long as you're sticking with things that are going higher, it has been super easy. And I kind of say that too to always remind myself. It's the meme of the guy pointing right in the mirror and just saying, hey,
yeah,
it's just a bull market, right? Everything
yeah,
is going up. It becomes easy, and then you do that to kind of ground yourself because at some point it won't. Right, at some point
yeah,
there will be some sort of pullback. There'll be some sort of either choppy market or potential bear market coming up, and the whole goal is, well, can you keep it? Right, so bear bull markets make it easy to make money. Bear markets is obviously much harder to make money, and it's really not even the goal, right? The goal should be to try to keep what you make in the bull market. So it's one of the quotes that I love in trading is, if you can't survive the bull market, you'll never survive the bear, right? Just to show that it's one of those things where a lot of people they're short the whole time the bull market happens, and then they get some sort of downtick and it's the start of a bear market. They make a few bucks and feel great, but these are the times to really, really make as much hay as you possibly can, and then after that you can kind of chill out or take a nap, focus more on day trading when the next crazy market comes, which again it will at some
It
point.
will.
It's not if, it's when. And it could be a year, it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years. No one knows for sure. But yeah, just the question is when. When that happens, do you have a game plan to say, okay, it's time to stop really pushing on the gas?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Let's go through some of the names. Yesterday, they got a nice rip. This QUBT, we were looking for the move, right? Talked about it. Would it make the move above 17s, make that rip? It was a beautiful move there. I wasn't able to capture the quantum moves out there, but I hope somebody was out there kind of capturing on quantum. IonQ continued yesterday, going up there to 70. That's what I said. If the leader kept going, well, watch for the other ones to follow, right? Rigetti, huge rip off of that 20, continued up there towards 22, right? And QBTS is another one, right? Big rip yesterday. That's why it was like the leader's telling you something. Watch for these to kind of just leaders to laggard action. It's just common, guys. Common. And if you're not trading relationships, and if this doesn't tell you to trade relationships, well, then I don't know what the hell you're doing. But hey, that's to each his own. I think relationships is the number one way that retail still has an ability of trading because it's just the way that things work, right? If you know the relationships, you just might catch the next high flyer. Beam making a move today. What is going on there? Solar name getting a little bit of a jump there. Not really looking at these names, but hey, it's not bad. APVO. Just to give a mention out there, I got a penny stock watch list from my man Jay Smith, of course. APVO on there and LASE. So, of course, they'll be on later today, Josh and Kevin. But just wanted to put those out there. That's giving you guys a little bit of a watch list from them this morning. APVO, LSE, and for me, I'm going to include Beam. I have no idea why it's squeezing, but it looks like it's getting a little bit of lift. It's in the solar game, though. So
Well,
you
the
guys know how I feel
solar
about
game has
solar.
been on fire recently. This has been one of the best sectors in the last 6 months. I think it's topped the chart. We're up nearly 100% on just TAN, the solar ETF as a whole. It's been an insane trend off the lows there. So if you got any part of that, it's great. And so this might be
I
one where they're
this
starting to
this is a dog with fleas, man. I can't touch this thing, man. But hey, I know there's a lot of people are riding this trend higher with solar. They're
yeah,
riding it.
good
They're
for them.
riding it.
It's been awesome. All you had to do was kind of hold your nose and pick it up, especially
Just-
when we hit those prior lows. And right, if they're going to rally something like quantum computers that don't even exist, it makes sense that solar is going to be one of those things that is doing fantastic because at least these are companies with revenues and profits and things like that.
my biggest thing was always like, now Tannen's going to rally under a Trump administration. It
Just
just
like yeah,
never made
when
sense, right? But
Just like
hey,
it sold off during Biden, and then when coal was ripping under Biden, and then the last time, if you zoom out, the
man,
last time we had a Trump administration, ooh, you wanted to own some solar. Because
it also
2016 was the low, and then from the last time Trump was in office, from 2016 to 2020, I have it up here. There was a 700% ripper in solar. So
yeah.
right? So like 2016, it's November that your guys' election happened. So that's November 2016 is right here. And then you can see, what was it? November 2020 would have been the end. So this is from right here to right there is the last Trump administration. And man, if you wanted a 600% gainer in solar, it just goes to show you, right? The markets in which you would think are going to rally under one administration, it is usually quite opposite because you wouldn't think coal had such an amazing time under Biden. But if you look at BTU back then, right, 2020 would have been when he's elected, and then a 1,000% gain in a coal stock. And then we get Trump again right here in 2024, and coal dropped 60%. So just there's people out there who trade those, and that's probably why you don't hear about them too much in the books because they just get wrecked. Oh, Trump's this administration, I'm going to buy this sector, and then solar rips almost 1,000% under the guy who hates solar.
Yeah, I think the key there is always like sometimes like the market's gonna have like an illogical move where it's just not logical. And that's why you can't think of everything like just it's logical, right? Like this has to go because it's logical. That's not the way the market works, guys. That
Well,
whole illogic and logic thing is
yeah, because the market just looks ahead. So by the time you know that Trump was elected and you're going through and saying these are the things that should go up and down, the market's just way ahead of you. Right? It's like just like we
yeah.
talked about yesterday. The market doesn't care what happened yesterday for
Mhm.
JPOW. No one's looking at it and saying this is. It's already thinking about. It's generally 6 to 9 months ahead of time. So
Yeah.
it's always looking ahead. So when people are reading headlines that are by definition delayed, you've already missed them, right? And this is why there's people out there who spend billions and billions of dollars to get, the fastest AI to read the news the fastest way. Because again, as soon as it's out, as soon as you're reading about it on the street, it's gone.
Yeah,
Right? You missed it.
I had a friend yesterday that was trying to send me some fantasy football trades while we were live yesterday, and I was like, no, no, dude, I'm over here trying to make money trading stocks, dude. So I sent him the link, and he was like tuning in, right? And then the fun part is it's like, oh, this seems like you kind of know. I kind of have to pay attention a little bit on this. Then he sends me a message right now. Shout out to David out there. He says like, the SPY gonna be bullish here at 9:30?
You get the bug, right? You get the
Yep.
bug.
The bug hits, man. And when the bug hits, we're all addicted, man. It happens, right? We'll be watching to see if the market gets strong today. I think that out the gates, we might get a little bit of some pullback just because we're a little bit like on this exuberance ride. But I think that you're already getting that, right? And so that's the key
Well,
there, right? Is that you
what's
want to see a
interesting,
leak right before, right?
right? This is the yesterday's close right here. This kind of sideways
Yep.
consolidation we had for a while, and we come right back and we test that for now pretty much perfectly, and we're holding. So that's why I've marked that zone. And then this is now all-time highs if you go back on the chart, but pre-market highs as well. So that's our bull sign. All-time
Yeah.
highs, closing highs are right up here at 662. But I'm just looking at it. If we can't get back above this high, then it's more of that kind of choppy to the upside. Maybe look a little bit bearish. If we can't break this low right here, then it's kind of the opposite. So could be, right? We've had the move and it's time to do a little bit of consolidation. But when I was looking at what we have coming up for news, we've come out, we've done the most important stuff already, right? And if you look at what's happening on Friday, there's like absolutely nothing. So the market should be free, for lack of a better term, to do whatever it wants, because there's no, we talked about this yesterday, that when the market is waiting for a large event, sometimes it's best just to kind of sit on your hands, which would have been good. And then now that ever it's done and it's free, it's trends can happen based off of people putting orders in the market as opposed to anything that's happening with the market.
It's going to be a fun one to watch today to see if we get some continued strength. I'll be watching around out there. I think what the thing
This
is
is
that there's some stocks that are probably ripped and might pull back today, and there's some stocks that might just start playing to the upside. What you got here from Rando?
Lorando was just talking about energy as a whole, and that conference I went to again. There's a lot of really smart traders and investors there, and a lot of them were starting to look at kind of energy as a whole. Because if you look at this is XLE,
Yeah,
so the overall energy ETF, absolutely nothing for right. We're all the way back in 2022, and you could just kind of draw a box around this thing
yeah,
from 2022 on, and the energy sector as a whole has done nothing because, kind of to Rando's point, it's been a lot of like alternative energies. So it's been this will be more of your your oil and your natural gas stocks exist in XLE, and they've done nothing at all. And then meanwhile, you have solar, like you talked about, solar just ripping this year up 100%. We've had uranium doing amazing. A lot of any alternative energy thing has been doing great. So the question is, right, is this going to at some point catch up? Because if so, it's a huge potential catch up trade. You can see that if you don't go to the weekly chart, these highs at like $100 have been holding now for 10 years. So above that, you end up starting to get a pop. So again, names that would be in this ETF, you're talking things like ExxonMobil and British Petroleum. You can see looks just about the same. So yeah, a lot of people kind of looking for the next thing at this conference. And one of the main things they're saying, okay, when do they were calling them like traditional energy stocks kind of catch up to solar and wind and nuclear and all of this? Is there still a place for an ExxonMobil, like a CVX, like that type of thing? And I don't know these charts, right? If you look at them, this could just be, is this like just the longest bull flag of all time, where you have these huge drop from 50 to so a 300% up move in a couple years, and now we just consolidate?
Yeah.
These aren't trades. These would be like, hey, CVX was one that I was interested in. If it gets above 170, do you just buy some and check back in a year or two and you've gotten a nice 50% bump? Something, and these are like boomer stocks that just pay you too. So, I've got my portfolio that like I cannot touch this until I'm 60 something. And I do a lot of like dividend reinvestment on things like this, because if this is going to trend up, this last trend lasted from 2020 to 2023, so a 3-year uptrend, and then like 2 years of consolidation. If you're going to get another 3-year uptrend, some of these names would be pretty nice to hold, just because you're going to get that capital appreciation while you're getting paid to do it. So it's an interesting look there.
All right, looking around, and yeah, and the oil one's been the toughest call.
Yes.
We'll see if it ever makes a real move there.
Well,
It
I
just
talked
plays
about
the range.
I do a lot of the positioning work, but I talked to my buddy Jason there, who's like the king of this. Is just all he does is commodities and positioning. He doesn't look at the equity market at all, and he's starting to say the positioning's looking a little bit interesting here on crude oil as a whole. Now, he kind of showed me, he's like, listen, you can't look at it like an extreme bear or an extreme bull type position. Because if you're the hedger, which is in this case the green line, you are always short oil. And the example he gave was airlines. Airlines are always going to be short oil contracts because they're selling them, but they've been the least short that they've been in a very long time. So he's saying positioning in crude's looking a little interesting. So some sectors to watch as we open up here. All right, so we're open, and first move again, we're watching this low in the pre-market. An undercut of this and then a rip through would be interesting, but we need to just kind of wait and see if that's what's going to happen. So pretty slow open to begin with. Hasn't been a huge rip in either direction.
We will see what we get here. I'm looking at certain stocks like Grail and things like that to see what's on the resistance break, right? Like, so I'm looking for now stocks that are approaching resistance breaks versus already broken out, right? Because I feel like that's what I need to be looking at today. Not the stock that has already gone 20 or 30%. That stock is going to chop around today, I feel like. Now, the ones that are approaching daily breakouts, like let's say charts like, let's say, Archer right now. This is the kind of chart that I'm looking for. Stocks that are like setting up for a breakout, right? These are the stocks that I'll watch today, right? Archer is one of those. Grail is one of those. GRAL, right? You see the resistance right there, right? So tight pattern, looking for resistance, watching for the breakouts, not the ones that have already broken out. Even FLNC, right? Like, this is now starting to go for the breakout, right? I could have swung it yesterday, maybe held it, but it was just fading away. And I was like, you know what? Let's just get out of this, break even. There's no point in playing. And that saved me a little bit of money because it went down to like 730 on that, the FOMC, right? So that would have stopped me out and cut me down with a bigger loss, right? But this is still developing, right? So I need stocks like that. Stocks that haven't broken through their high and now are approaching it. Hood is still one of those names, right? I actually liked Snow a lot. I talked about Snow's chart. CrowdStrike is really kind of ripping, but this just did the undercut and now can rally. We'll see what happens, guys. Let's get after it, guys. Market's open. Let's go make some money. Let's see what we got out there and what's trading right out the gates here.
Got a few
Snow
trades
up.
going here already. So short some Rigetti. So these quantum computers names gapping up. Took a little bit of a short there off the bat. Some Upwork, which I haven't heard of this in ages. Right, these are just, again, mean reversion type plays. So a little bit of short, a little bit of Upwork there, and then whatever an F cell is. short this guy as well. So you can see all of these are just overextended, kind of looking daily charts that we're just looking to potentially fade a little bit to the downside. So we're seeing, at least the bot anyway, is looking short here right off the bat. We need to see if, this is going to be one of those where I just kind of fade the move forever, or if it's going to be something a little bit more interesting to continue. Also, BTU, I've been long this thing from 19, you can see here, but this is showing up potentially short if we get another push up here today, which again, one of the reasons I always talk about I love trade the pools, because I've got my own, right, big boy account, like real kind of size type thing, and that's where I do my swings because it's the percentage gain there. On a bigger account, because you're going to generally do less from a percentage gain on the swing side of things. And then it's cool that in trade the pool, I can be long BTU in my swing account, in my real accounts, and then in my day trading account, my more like hyperactive type account, I can be short, and they can be split. And that's something that's, again, it's really, really cool that we can do. So no trigger yet. I think the trigger's up in the 22s if we get there. I noticed that it did a little bit of this dip and rip off the open. But just again, every time I see that, I love it. When I see something enter my blotter, and I'm like, oh, I'm long this over here, but I'm able to be short for a day trade. It's really, really cool. It's hard mentally because you don't know which way you're rooting for your stock, but it's just great that you can do something like that. Where if it was both in my own account, I would be selling some or something to that effect. It makes things more complicated.
Cleveland Cliff back down to 11 is one name that I'll be watching. It's back down. That was a breakout and steal that kind of failed.
Alex.
Looking around out there today. Today's one of those days for me, especially. I'm patient out the gates here today. I don't need to go crazy. One name that is doing well, and I was watching it. It's SBET, and I was looking to see if Ethereum got hot today. So SBET doing well, tells me to keep an eye on Ethereum. ATHU already ripping there to 162 off 161 out the gates. So that looks good, right? I can see that kind of being a play there.
Yeah, that's just looking at Ethereum here. This is right the actual coin. It could not be acting more perfectly. Had a huge run to all-time highs.
ETH.
And then just a nice. This is what you want to see happen. If you were to read a textbook, it says, "Oh, if the thing's hitting hitting an all-time high and hasn't been at it a while, you want it to move sideways for a period of time." And what hit that all-time high in the end of August and just didn't pull back at all. It's just gone sideways until this move. So this looks amazing. We have Solana actually catching up here. Solana is getting close to its all-time highs, which is interesting because Bitcoin just has been complete nothing burger, right? Slowly grinding higher, but really hasn't been interesting. So Ethereum and Solana have definitely been the move. And with that, right, you got your SBET, you got your BMNR. That SBET actually looks really nice.
Yeah, that SBET does look good. I'm long here, 500 shares of ETH. So taking that shot. CPE down, so I'm going to leave FLNC alone right now. I'm seeing CrowdStrike up 2.4%. So snow definitely on the radar. It is getting the lift there. So I do want to play some snow action. I'll see if I can grab it.
Yeah, so people talk about Intel. An initial dip right off the open, push lower there.
Boom.
So see if it kind of heads up.
Looking good here in ETH, already starting to move up in my direction, up about 8 cents there, 500 shares. Let's get it.
Yeah, nice push down here. So Intel. So the real question, I think, is are we going to then hold, this low, right? This is where I'd kind of, for our dip and rip strategy, I'd probably just use that low right there. Say, hey, if we go below, we dip below that low. If we hold above it, maybe some buying. But I just wouldn't be. Just feels like a lot of the move may have happened on this one overnight. AMPX took a short on this yesterday. Didn't work out. The bot's going back to the well and taking a long there. Just to wrap up, there was only 2 trades yesterday, so it was easy to wrap up. The KTOS that I bought when I was on air with you guys, it did great. Closed really, really strong. And that one's continuing here as well. But so far I'm short everything, and none of them are working out too well. So we'll see if this continues and for how long.
All right, stop break even there on ETH. We'll just let it fly now. Let it fly. Let it fly. All right,
So
looking at Snow pulls back here. So I'm going to look for a little bit of an attempt here for Snow.
SPY held that low, that prior low right there, pretty perfectly. So we came in off the open. This was the pre-market low. We undercut that by just a couple cents, and now we're sitting at day's high. So if you look through, the Qs are really leading us. So big tech's doing very well, and then IWM continues right up 8%. Even though, if you look at the
How's
Intel,
Meta?
this was hard to trade yesterday for sure.
I traded METU earlier in the week and made a good trade on that, man. So I'm gonna look at it again here. I like Meta today with those glasses being mentioned out there. Oof,
Yeah,
big push right now. It just pushed like another 20 or 30 cents. So
I
trying to
watched the event, and even as an Apple fanboy, I was like, those would be pretty cool. Assuming their AI is good. I've never played with the Meta AI.
I mean, their Oculus has gotten a lot better, right? Like that's just the key there. And I think that they were smart in not going too crazy too early. And now I think it's the right time to start coming after these products, right?
Yeah, well,
Ahead of
I'm a
time.
big. I'm not a VR guy. I'm not interested in VR. AR, I'm very interested in, like, because that's like, you know, I've got one of those heads up displays in my car. Like that's the kind of stuff that I want.
Yeah, combo. I think is the real deal. That's the real move in the long run. A little bit of both, I think. Like, wait till you get these like meta glasses where you go around everywhere, and it's like how it was for like Pokemon, where everyone's rocking them and playing video games while they're going in real life, right?
Oh man, I am. I've always said that I'm excited for a world where it's like dad's like, okay, let's go, or my kid's like, okay, dad, let's go back and slay the dragon in the backyard, right? You put on your glasses and you
Exactly that.
go, and there's
Exactly
right,
that, right? And then all of a
that
sudden there's
kind
a
of
dragon and you got a quest and you're actually moving in real life and you're not just
doing.
stuck inside,
Yeah,
right?
not just this in front of the TV. I think
Exactly.
they make some really cool games.
And Meta's being smart and using their money for this long-term growth approach, right?
This
It's a
is
long-term growth.
and I own a bunch of Meta from around the 500s, just as like an investment forever. And one thing that really made it interesting, if we're talking like investing long term, it was the fact that Zuck like took his L with the whole because he was dumping so much money into this metaverse thing, and it's rare to have a CEO go, okay, right, that's a bad idea, and then he completely kind of shrunk that metaverse department, and he focused on other things, and now it looks like that technology that they were building, they're able to use here as well. So just to see a large CEO like that just take, and he still has voting control over the whole company, so he didn't need to. He just took enough feedback from investors, and I think that's the a trademark of a good leader is somebody who takes the feedback of the people around them and doesn't just you know, go all in on the thing just because he thinks it's a good idea.
Agree. All right, we'll see what happens here. I'm in right back into ETH. I got stopped out break even, looking to get right back in it here, looking for the rip above the 43.40s, going towards 43.50s here. Let's see if I get it on the trend line approach here, and it just throws back and gets right back up. So ETH, I'm looking at, I like that METU, but the truth is I need to pull back in that, back down closer towards the 48 so that I can get that. So we'll be watching for it.
Yeah,
Meta, of
small
course, on
caps.
high alert.
Yeah, small caps pulling back just a little bit here. We're seeing it a bit across the board. So we now have the Qs that were leading us now are hitting new lows. The SPY is hitting new lows as well. The IWM is holding up relatively strong, but pulling back as well. So another day that it seems like the best idea is to be looking kind of in the smaller zone, the small cap. And of course, everything that I'm short is small cap, but things are starting to come back. So again, I'm short Rigetti. That's AMPX. This one's working out a little bit okay. I just keep looking over here. FCell. Again, I don't know what an FCell is, but that one's working out great. And Upwork, which is down a little bit. Upwork.
Like the way Snow's performing there, but keeping an eye on ETH here. It's definitely trying to wipe me out here. So going to go ahead and just put the stop right underneath the low right now. See if it comes back. If it kits me out here, that's fine. I'll take the hit.
Yeah, looking here in the market, I don't know what kind of happened there, but everything kind of flipped. So again, this
Yeah.
purple line was the one I was watching, and that was the pre-market low, and we're hanging out below that. So let's watch this one real close. If we can reclaim it, like with some umph, maybe it's an undercut and rally. If we hang out below it for any period of time, that might just be a little bit of a pullback day here. Got to remember what a great gap up we had and what a great day we had yesterday. So pullback day shouldn't surprise us.
Taking a shot here on FLNC here. It's trying to recover off the support of 755s. I'm willing to take 200 shares here off the 755 spot. This is in the swing account. You guys know how important it is for me. So let's see if this starts rocking and rolling there on FLNC. I could just see the trade setup, and I'm not trying to, like, the thing with FLNC, I just literally take what I see. I like, if I'm seeing it, I'm going with it and just staying with it because the patterns repeat too much on it.
Yeah, Tack talking about Circle up pretty big. So seems like it's a bit of a crypto morning.
Yeah, that's why I'm taking a little bit of ETH here. I do see some of those crypto names up. So let's keep a watch on those guys. Leading the action on the upside in my watch list, CrowdStrike, SBET, KLAC really taking off, guys. That thing is just on takeoff mode. Hood that I talked about off the resistance right above it. It's approaching it. It's trying to break out above it here. Zscaler, I talked about the security names. I'm on point with that one. That looks great there. CrowdStrike, Zscaler, really nice moves there. So, boom. Hey, guys, definitely try to catch those moves if you can catch a little bit of some cybersecurity action today. It seems like it.
Yeah, I wonder what hack.
Take a hit there, and ETH,
Bug.
definitely a good hit there. We just looked up there for the Zscaler, and it flushed real quick there, guys. So out there on ETH, down to 43.08, so it flushed right back down. Snow is really the trade that I might gonna jump on now. Try to get some of my money back.
New lows here on the Qs. Just keep in mind, right? We're getting a bit of a down move in these sectors overall. The actual like gap close, right? We're just to always give the numbers is we're still up 0.6% on the on the Qs. We're still up 0.7% in the IWM. So even though we are selling here intraday, these could just be a let's go test into the gap and see if there's any buyers in there and then start to move higher. So even though we are below pre-market lows, I'm not too worried about anything yet. But we have, going back to SPY here, we have failed what I wanted to see, which was a quick retake of this zone. So now this is all I care about. If we are above 661.35, then I'm going to be interested potentially to the long side. Otherwise, I'm just going to ride what my bot is doing, which is just short everything, right? Short Rigetti, short. What else we short here? Yeah, that FCell, every AMPX, and then Upwork is the only one that I'm currently still down on here. And this looks like it might be a news thing, news or earnings.
Added there on FLNC. I'm gonna look for Bloom Energy to come back here.
So that's what's holding up Upwork is buybacks. That's might be its own company buying the stock there. Taking a look at this. So this is full disclosure. I own a bunch of this outlet, and I talked about why these AI gave me a bunch of money.
Baby.
But I just love things that have been hanging out in these low bases, like Left for Dead companies that are now recovering.
SPACs.
Yeah. Yeah. Then maybe we'll get back to that SPAC price of 143. Yeah, right.
We'll take it.
So yeah, it's only down 95% now. But yeah, anything that's been just awful, like Left for Dead, just sitting in again for like a year. We gave Intel as an example as that as well. Spent a year completely Left for Dead, dead money. If you owned it there, you just had a bad time because it didn't go anywhere. But as these are moving higher, that's what gets interesting to me. And you can see here we're up 6% on this one, and it's happening right at these prior highs. So I own a bunch of this already, but I'm just pointing out because I'm looking to maybe buy a little bit more if we get back above 8. Because we're holding that level so well. And this has just been the trade that's been working, right? If you look at a lot of these, like Hood, this is a great example because it was the same thing. I remember when it was in this zone, it was this, again, Left for Dead, everyone saying, oh, it'll get bought by Goldman Sachs or something one day. And didn't need to, right? Recovered all on its own. So You know,
Palantir, interesting, below VWAP right now.
sure, Palantir chart there.
Interesting because it's using the daily resistance as support around the 171.50s. So like it's right there. I would like to see an attempt go to 71.50 and then it comes right back around through 172. So I'm going to look for that action here. So quick sweep through 172 here and then comes back through 172 because 172 is definitely a support here and it's tried to break it 2 or 3 times here.
Yeah, it's a nice look. This thing's
See what
been
happens there. Yeah, it's an interesting look, and you guys know how I feel about Palantir. I call it on both sides, right? It's the way it got to be sometimes.
it's a perfect relative strength type play, right? Holding up, it's up, 2.5%, not hitting new lows like the market has been. So
Yeah,
I think that's if you're bullish, that's where you look.
there
That's
it
the same
is.
thing.
There's a nice recovery there. I didn't get the 172 there move, but it held it really well. It didn't undercut it. I looked for the undercut and rally there, and it just rallied off of it. So good look there.
Yeah, and
HIMS is another one that I'm watching off that support right here. This looks good here. What do you think about this chart today, HIMS?
Him's looking here. The SPY is getting close to that level just quickly, 161.35, which was the low of the day. Let's see what happens when we get through that. If we do, that still kind of classifies as that undercut and rally type thing. But Hims,
Long
it's
HIMS.
funny how correlated Hims and Palantir are, even though they have absolutely nothing to do with each other, but they just show that they're both kind of classified as right,
Momentum.
speculative momentum,
Risk
that type
on.
of thing, right?
The risk on bots. There's ETH trying to start coming back. It undercut me and then trying to rally now out of the gates there. We'll see what happens with that if it starts to make its way back.
No, Rando. Rando's just asking about Trading View. Everything's been working. My alerts panel's working fine for me. I don't know if I'm missing any alerts, but everything's working here. So
Adding on HIMS here, taking a shot here as it starts to try to push here out of the gates there. I think this could really push through 52 really quickly here. So giving it the shot to do that right now.
it's got a nice void all the way up to like 353.50. So
Perfect charts for me, I think. Still playing that FLNC. It's doing well. I got 400 shares. Remember, I added to it. So looking for it to break out towards not 8 and above. Let's see if HIMS can get going here, man.
no, no new positions for me here. Just riding. Most of these shorts are still working, even with the market bouncing. Upwork is not. So Upwork might be the one just to kill because it's going here, and that's a lot of what if I do take discretion in the system, that's a lot of what I do is say, okay, what's not doing well, and let's just kill that, and then focus on the things that are holding up and doing better.
Let's go, HIMS. There you go, guys. I'll show you guys that HIMS chart. Boom. There you go. I'm trying to sell this rip here. Just trying to sell it through this rip here, through the 52s, guys. I want to get back into the game, right? I took a hit at the open here. I'm trying to get back into the game here with HIMS. Here it goes, approaching it. Come on, break it, 52.20s. Boom, got it. Let's go. Great trade there on HIMS, guys. Great trade. I'll show you guys it right now. So right on the screen, you see it, right? So bought here on the break of the resistance. Then as soon as it kind of just stair-stepped here, I said, I'm going to risk right below this low here, 51.40s. Stepped up to the plate, 200 more shares. Looking for the 52 break. Got the 52 break. Didn't get pretty with it. I could have stayed in this trade. The key reason why I'm getting out here is not necessarily just because I got an outsized hit today. Like I wasn't expecting that hit on ETH, right? So I took a hit there. And sometimes when you take a hit like that, it's more about making it a survivor day. So I'm not trying to make it such a winning day. I just made it a survivor day, and I'm back to what? Pretty much break even. Sounds good to me, right?
Yeah.
New ball game, right? Made one mistake, but made up with it with the trade, right? Now I'm back in a new ball game. Take a calm down approach and focus in. that's what you got to do sometimes too as a trader. We're all going to make mistakes. We can come back if we focus in and nail it, right? So the key there, keep the risk to reward in play, and one trade getting me back in. And it wasn't an outsized trade. I think that's what happened on that ETH, outsized as I went 1,000, as I got cut out, break even 500. As the trade comes back through that entrance, I should have got in. I tried to buy the dip, and that's where I got caught. Buying the dip instead of waiting for the strength to come back in, like I think ETH is starting to set up with. And that's what should have been the move more. Waiting for the strength to come back in, like it is now, back to VWAP, right? Now it would be a little bit better and tighter risk to take than I did it earlier. I'm going to leave it alone right now, but that I think is a very good learning lesson of the day. Let's keep moving, traders.
It's funny, yeah. I was just looking at Ethereum too, and it's doing a lot of what the market's doing here, which is just kind of undercut everything and then rally back through, rally back up. That's what we're seeing in the SPY and the Qs. We're approaching kind of resistance areas though on all of these indices, so just kind of be careful. I'm just watching this closely to see if we reject here, and then was that just a bit of a dead cat bounce before we push lower, or are we really digging in for a potential move higher?
All right, now I want to focus in on FLNC, right? Because that's really where my focus should be today. I've made a hell of a lot of money in the day trade account this week, so don't need to go too crazy, right? We can even review that. I'm going to review that with you guys towards the end of the stream today. I think it's an important one to see. And another reason why I'm like, don't get too pretty with it today, Mitch. You already took a hit. Slap down, wrist down, and get focused in.
Smart. Yeah, that's what you should always do, is just if you feel yourself getting too low or too high mentally, right? It's time to
take
chill
it back.
out.
Take it, and look at it like on that HIMS trade. If I didn't take the profits there, it's right back to me, right? And then now I would be doing what? Oh man, now I'm down 200. I'm about to get another loss.
Yeah.
And then you can go down the funnel real quick, right? That's how trading is, traders. Try to, stay in the zone, right? We're not always going to be in the zone, but staying in the zone is very important, and trying to hone in, right? That's what I did there on that HIMS just for a second. And I even feel it right now. I'm out of the zone. I'm not so focused. I'm not so in the zone. So what am I going to do? Focus on the trade that I do have on FLNC and just look for setups, right? And that can take the pressure off. That Palantir setup though, ooh, look at that one. That was pretty, right? I think what's also helping me is I'm really doing my best when I don't go to the smaller time frame. Just stay in the 15s. Look for those nice little buy the pullbacks because they've been working, right? Like Palantir rips out the gates on the 15 minutes, comes right back into that VWAP, close to that body close, and it's right back up, right?
Yeah, other than, showing things to you guys, I'm like when the day turns off, you will never see me load up a chart less than a 30-minute chart. And that's usually, it's 30 minutes a daily. And it just, that zoomed out look just gives you a level of confidence, kind of a level of zen of, right? You're not, it's the more the bots come out, the more trading gets like an automated thing. The just longer out in time, I see more and more traders go. So they say, listen, I don't want to fight Citadel and Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and all that. I don't want to play their game. I want to play my game. And my game's a little bit more zoomed out.
Back in HIMS here, you guys see me. Rinse and repeat, guys, off the 9 EMA.
Which one am I? Here I am. Yes, I love that quote by Tack. Trading is supposed to be boring. If you find yourself really, and you would see it. I always talk about it when I used to work in a prop firm. You would see the people come in and that got really pissed and like punched Monders when they lost money, or like ran around the office hooting and hollering when they made a bunch of money. They were gone pretty quickly. It's the guys that they came in, they had their plan, you never heard nothing from them. Those guys ended up doing the best. Now, just looking here at the SPY, right? So far, we came back up to the prior high and we've been rolling over, and you see it a little bit more pronounced in the Qs, where you had this prior low right here, and then also this high right here. You had a big bounce and then a bit of a rollover happening there as well. So IWM, however, holding really strong. So small caps are doing great, where a lot of these other names aren't so much. So, we just have to really focus here and pay a lot of attention to these rotations that we're seeing. Again, IWM still seems to be the key here. How everything is still just back in its range, kind of chopping around.
All right, him's just flirting here with this 52, trying to take off, but just put in a little bit of a harmony there, right at the 52.08. So just got to be careful here for pullbacks to VWAPs that can always come into play on a stock that's uptrending, right? So I keep that in mind here as I'm trying to play hims on the next breakout off the 52.
Yeah, it's a lot of these names are just, it seems like we're in waiting mode for seconds, right?
Yep.
We're waiting to see, can the Qs get back up to the high of the day? If so, we'll probably get a nice rip in a lot of those more speculative names. If the Qs is rejecting here and starting to push lower, then the opposite could occur. Right? If you're looking here on the 15-minute chart, it really just looks like we broke down this resistance and now we're back up to test it, or the support, see if that's prior support's going to act as resistance. So the market's kind of just feeling out this zone and seeing if we go through there.
All right, good look here on hims, guys. Back in, reloaded, and guess what? Break even. I keep doing this, and it's okay. Once I get the momentum, I'm going break even just to keep the drive because I'm taking momentum trades here. So hims, perfect chart on the 90 MA pullback, right? This is a 90 MA pullback playing the bigger time frame with the smaller time frame, right? So the smaller time frame gave us the attempt on the 90 MA, just rinsing and repeating off of that 52s. Now looking to see if it takes out the high. The high just got taken out. Now it really needs to go above 52.40. Back and gets me, so be.
Yes, sir. I heard a little beep and a boop
A
there.
little ding, 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 ding. That means you know who it
ding
is.
dang.
The green team is ready to go, nice and ready, like my man's always is. He looks focused, so we'll give him a second here. He you know what that means. My boy's trading out there.
Yeah.
Grail giving me the alert, guys. I talked about this one before the open. Oh, look at that thing. I gotta hurry to it. I gotta hurry to it. This is when I look for a little bit of a pullback, but look at that Grail. Just got a lot of volume coming in there. I think I wasn't the only one. 17,000 shares. Someone tried to trade that Grail. Let me see if I can get a pullback on that back towards 39.40s, but I like it.
Yeah, IWM is getting very, very close to all-time highs. I think there'll be a lot of celebration for people who've been in small caps for a long period of time. If and when we ever hit that all-time high again, because there's been a lot of people waiting for a long time, right? It's been a rough road for small cap traders for a while here.
Hims is trying to go. It went up there to the 52.40s and then stopped for a second, but I am in and set for a bigger trade here. It just needs to run, right? And that's what I like to do, guys. It's all about setups, right? It's about setting yourself up for success and letting the market do the heavy lifting. At this point, if Hims really wants to run, I'm set. I've made some money, bounced back, and ready to go ahead and get into the green. Let's go. FLNC working really well too. I stayed off of BE because I didn't want to jinx myself. Like I saw this setup right here and I was like, I want to long it, but it's going to move the same way as FLNC. So if I long it in the day trade account, I have a feeling they're all going to just dump on me. So I'm going to stay off of it and use it as an indicator. Look at BE start to take off, right? So that is a good sign. And watch how FLNC is now reacting, right? Higher volume near the breakout point towards 8. What I want to see. I talk about this name too much. It's just a beauty. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and I really like when you bring this up as an example because it's a pattern in a stock that you're seeing over and over again and knowing full well that that's not going to exist forever, but you make hay while the sun shines, right? If you can do it 10 times, if you do it 20 times and it works, and
it
then
can hit me
you do
once
another
really
3 or
bad,
4 and
right?
it doesn't. Yeah,
It can hit you.
That's trading.
Yeah.
And that's why we have that risk management.
And this is why you'll hear some people say that they're trading the same name over and over again. What you want to be seeing if you're trading the same name over and over again is what? Repeated patterns, where it just repeats the pattern consistently, right? And you don't know why it's happening, but...
Yeah, and then the reason, generally speaking, that you'll see something like that occur is that's an institutional algorithm, right? There's
Yep.
somebody who said roughly around this price we need to buy. So every morning, if it dips at or near or under that price, they flip on a buy algorithm for a little bit, then it pops up a little bit, and then they turn it off. And if you see a repeatable pattern, it's generally interesting. I know there's some people who will watch this and say, well, I'm going to keep some of this in the long-term account because this might be a potential buyout candidate, or one of those that when you get those 13F filings, you see, XYZ, a Buffett or someone has taken a stake in this company. And then you go, that's what that was. And that's usually, again, when the party kind of comes to an end. But they're saying, I like this price. When we get to that price, we're going to buy some. And over and over and over again. You can see it with Buffett and Oxy, right? Every time it hit like $56, Buffett just bought a bunch. And that created this support zone. Because, right, Buffett's not the time to play games. He's got some math that says, I like it at $56, so I'm going to hit it, right?
All right,
And
guys.
I see Kevin chatting. So
Yeah, let's get Kevin in here. Kevin's in here now. We'll
Hey,
definitely get him in, and we'll look to see when Josh joins up there. I don't see him just yet, but let me know if you guys see him jump on in here. Definitely. Let's take a look to see what else. What do you think about open short now? I think it's interesting. I've been playing this up, long, short, all side around, guys.
Yeah,
I
saw
killed
you
it.
cheat on me
Dude.
yesterday. Take
Dude.
it long.
Dude,
Great work.
It was nasty, man. It was
Let's take a
literally like the trades, guys. I went 5 for 7 yesterday on longs on open, and the losses, a $10 loss, and an open a $36 loss. All the rest of them triple digits in the green, and some really fast, like this 220 or this 480, like 1030s, the 1079, and I was just riding playing with some of the house's money, being like, okay, I'll risk 100 here. I'm up 1,000. Why not? Right? Let's go. Gas pedal.
Keep padding
Gas
the
pedal.
wallet over
Gas
and over
pedal.
and over
Gas
again.
pedal.
Yeah.
Gas pedal. It was just straight gas pedal day, and it was a straight takeoff, man. So you can see it in the equity curve, right? How the last couple of weeks have really taken off. This is how your equity curve should be looking like, man. A real takeoff lately. And if it isn't, we need to take reviews. There's open starting to break the $10 here. It could go flushing through this $10 spot here. I'm going to take a little short here. I'm going to take a little short here. This is a scalp type of short.
Right there.
Yeah, scalp type of short. So what am I going to do? I'm going to put out already the 10.05s. It can grab me there, and it's okay. I can get out of the trade for an $18 loss. The idea here is there he goes. It's out, 10.05. That's fine. We were looking for the flush right back through 10 because that could be a buy there too. You saw 35,000 shares, 10.04. That could have been someone trying to step up there too, right? So watch for the reversal here. I took a little shot there, $18, but Hims up $80, taking off. Let's go. Let's go, Hims.
You guys know that that Magic 20 I talk about, guys?
Yeah. What are you looking at in the Magic 20?
AERT, straight up to the Magic 20, 120. And $1.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah. So I worked that one a little bit. I did a sloppy seconds move back up to the highs, and then the buck 20 held up great. I mean, we talked about in here before that dollar just being what is it? It's the bid price roll, right? I mean, you're going to get delisted if you're not over $1 for 6 months. So it's just a very strong resistance line, but it does that liquidity sweep. And then we started forming a descending triangle. I'll maximize this chart here. It was a good chart. It was a good setup. You could have played the 120, or you could have played the lower highs, and then the volume starts fading. This is something that I look for a lot. It's one of the edges I like to trade, where you just get volume fading, lower highs, and it's like a ball that dribbles out on VWAP, and then it cracks under it. So we could see this thing now heavy against really the highs that it made this morning. That was one I've taken. I'm working a TURB turb. We were looking at that the other day, Mitch.
Turb.
I'm working a turb short.
Dude, just say that line one more time for me.
I'm working a turb right now.
a little turb.
And really against, that. And then another one I really like, I'm working a short on is ATCH. ATCH.
This guy Kevin got a Dinkleberry.
Dealing with a turb.
I'll be right back. Go flush that turb. Yeah, well, I'm hoping turb flushes
Flush that
down the
turb,
toilet because
bro.
I am working that short. I'd like it to profit take and fade, but I'm kicking back. I'm taking it slow today because I'm inching close over here.
Oh, good.
So I'm trying to just get there without trying to swing for it. But yeah,
That's the big thing. I've done that before, and it's no fun, right? When you
No
get
fun,
real,
no
you,
fun, man, no
you
fun.
push on that gas a little too hard. You're a couple bucks away from the funded, and then
yeah.
you have a
I'll,
max loss down
I'll tell
day,
you.
and
Well, I'll be honest. I mean, what kind of held this account back was I took a short QMMM at $100 with 10 shares. I was up 250. This is a max account, so I can only lose 250 on the day. 10 shares, Michael, on that QMMM, and lost like $400 in a second. I mean,
Look at Hims go, guys. Look at Hims go. 52.87 now, guys. Raising it up 138, up 150 overall. Just riding the wave here on Hims. The takeoff is real. Hims, baby. Trying to get that hair
this.
growth.
Yeah,
look at
excellent
this
day yesterday.
IWM. This is definitely going to help, right? We have small caps right at the pre-market highs here, getting really close to that kind of 243 area. That's our
Ooh.
pre-market high. So small caps, everything is kind of bouncing and doing well. We have the Qs up over 1%. The SPY is back in
Oh,
the middle of
yeah.
that range. But the small caps are
get it.
really ripping, and that's a bit of a sentiment type thing, right? If you have small caps ripping it, then people aren't super risk off. So things like him should be working real nice.
Oh, yeah, it's working. Let's go, baby. Riding the trend here, guys. Riding it higher. Let's get it, guys. You guys can see it here. I'll put the chart up really big so you guys can see it on the big screen here. Look at the trend ride here, guys. I'm putting the stop. I'm trailing it. As soon as it breaks the high, I move it up. There you go. It came and got me. I'm more than happy with that, right? Because I just literally just wrote it up from here. Bought, sold right at the top. Bought right on the 9 EMA. Sold right through that. I will take that anytime, guys. That's called execution. And when I'm feeling on point, that's it right there, right? Like, that's just me being smart, getting in on the 9 EMA after the rip, right? So buying the dip and then selling the rip. Right there, I'm good. What I'd look for now is, does it come back towards 52 or 52 like 25s? And then I could get right back in it. We'll see what happens.
TIC just made a straight up move, guys. Be mindful of
There you
that.
go.
I don't see any news TIC, but 1 million shares just came through, so somebody
Coming
knows
up to you.
something. Yeah, TIC just on the 1 minute, just out of nowhere here.
All right, guys. Gonna also put a stop here for FLNC. Guys, we're moving closer in the swing account, and I'm guaranteeing the profits now. Just don't want to go ahead and lose out on that, so I already guaranteed it there. What do you see in TIC? I'm willing to take a look here. The tick, tick, tick. Dude,
Yeah,
these names, you
they
can't make it up.
tic-tacs. Yeah.
Or maybe it's like a tick that you can't get rid of, right? Like,
Yeah, I was going to say like a Tourette's.
okay.
Hopefully you don't get one of those after you're trading it. Right?
or maybe it's a tick that you find in Michael Noss's woods.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You don't want those either. That's for
Don't
sure.
want those, bro. Q's is on the rip out, man. This is what I'm talking about. Gas pedal when the gas pedal is there available to you. Q's are looking to break their highs. One other trade that I was looking to do today was Microsoft. There goes Hims coming back down. There's Microsoft getting hot there, guys. I really like this trade for the long term. So just wanted to put it out there before it got too far. So to me, that's a breakout above 515 today. That could go to like 520s on Microsoft. I really like Microsoft right now.
Ticks even higher. I'm seeing like the 13 area on the past chart history. If we look left to predict right, so just be mindful of that TIC. If anybody has news, let us know. I'm not seeing any on my side.
Might get hit on that FLNC. I put the stop, and of course, it's looking like it wants to come grab me and take me. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? This is how this market is right now. All right, looking at Hims on the 9 EMA. This is that attempt to undercut and rally off of the 9 EMA. I'm going to look for that quick undercut, wash some traders, and look for it to rally off the 9 EMA. We'll see what happens there. This is a fun day, guys. Let's keep having fun.
Yeah, everything that undercut that they did early just ended up being just a massive buying opportunity.
Look at CrowdStrike on the playbook today, guys. CrowdStrike, Snow, Zscaler, CrowdStrike up 7%. The playbook at it again, man. Sometimes I honestly need a bot to just trade that, Michael. Where I just say, just trade the playbook for me. I can't do it, so you do it for me, man, and let me know how it goes. Because I have a tendency of finding really good daily charts. That's what I make my focus on playbooks. It's no longer on the intraday charts. It's strictly daily charts that are looking awesome and prime for that day's breakout, right?
That's that's very easy to do. That's how a lot of systematic traders do it. They have some sort of daily setup they're after. It's how I'm doing it with these different systems. Of course, I'm short everything, so nothing is working too well right now, but just a tiny loss.
The miners takeoff, man. CleanSpark has been an absolute takeoff the last 3 days. I haven't caught that move. There's been so many moves, like I haven't caught that one. So maybe Mara on the 18 break today. It's trying.
Pointing out another 20-cent area. LAWR straight up through the whole dollar, guys. Tapping the 20-cent and straight down. Right there, guys. So start seeing that. Whole dollar breaks when a ticker's up a heavy percentage and up towards that 20. Oftentimes met with resistance. We're pulling back, rejecting hard off of that level.
Here's one that you probably might have forgot about that you shouldn't forget about in the small cap land. Rich Tech, RR Robotics, and then Serve. The robotics game is back into play, guys, and Serve is definitely the best of breed here, at least from the chart action, but RR also looking good. That 12 break and Serve looks awesome, man. It looks awesome. Like, this is what you want to see, like a nice flag, an attempted up, a throwback look, now really driving and then holding that resistance and using it as support today off of that 12 undercut of yesterday. Remember, they dip them, and before they rip them. Literally happens on the chart so many times, guys. I'm going to continuously show you that because it happens often. So this is one that I'd continue to watch. It's looking good today. I just
RR, that one looks good against 420.
Yeah, so RR is following Serve. There's a leader, laggard. They're both speculative plays, both on watch for robotics, right? So continue to look for those. I mean, it's interesting there. Q's trying to break a new high. Let's see if it keeps going, or do we get a pullback to 595 here? The strength is out there.
New all-time highs on Qs, new all-time highs on SPY.
Out FLNC.
IWM getting very, very close. What is the actual?
I'm going to look for a pullback now in FLNC to come back towards like 775, and then I'll get back in it. Why not do that, right? Like, so I sold the rip. Now I'm going to look for the dip to buy back in. And guess what, guys? Swing account is getting closer and closer, guys. I think we're like $112 now, only away. So just trying to continue to work, man. Continue to work, guys.
Let's get it.
Let's go. Let's work together, right? We're all a team here, guys. And let's increase the team here. Let's bring on Josh. What's up, man? How we doing?
Got to get the pack settled here. Home alone, wife's out, so got the kids all settled.
That must be fun, man. Josh is like me. It's a wild house, man. It's a wild house.
Speaking of, my smoke alarms, the fire alarm's going off. Hold on.
Woo!
What an introduction.
That's Josh right there. All right, Hims trying to recover now. Did undercut there 52.60, but didn't really take off here. I'm going to go for a little trade. Little. 100 shares there on Hims just to see if it wants to take off, right? And I'm going to go so little that I'm going to put out a $10 risk. So, like, this is one of those where, hey, big just show me if you want to just run, right? Show me if you just want to run, right? If you just want to run, well, then I'll just keep, like, playing the game. It's hitting the top end Bollinger Band. Just wants to run again? Go. You know what I mean? Just go. There you go. Josh is back. The fire is out. So
yeah. I don't know. It was a
just that quick. Quick. The guy just turns off the fire too.
Hey, you guys, parents know how it is. You guys got to put the flames out real quickly. So it's just one of those. You put the flame out, back to work.
Yeah, that indeed, guys. We'll see what's going on out there, guys, to see if Hims wants to keep going. There's Hims on the pullback there. Gets me out for that $10 loss there. We'll take it in the green, baby. Let's keep trading.
Josh, you see that ORBS pumping back up? They changed their ticker symbol, and I'm trying to remember what it was. It was last
Octo.
week. Yeah,
Octo.
there you go. Yeah.
What
Yeah,
about
so the
PBM?
special dividend one. Yeah, they're getting a little pop. Probably a little recovery bounce, shorts covering or whatnot today.
Guys, you guys are watching this PBM by any chance?
I'm not looking at it. No, is it moving?
No.
P as in Papa, Bravo, Macy there. So it looks interesting there. Look at the pre-market chart.
Yeah, a lot of PBM pumped out of the gates into a lot of that resistance from pre-market, which is again, that's a great edge. I like to trade shorting those against a lot of that pre-market resistance. Yeah, tons of volume. And if you look at the volume, I know you're a guy, CR trader, Josh. He pointed this out. Excellent analysis too. You get the all that volume. I mean, it's almost like a mountain. That volume. Where's it at? So you know where the traders are. The traders are in this. So got that nice spike out of the gates, but yeah, kind of going sideways now. It's gonna need that volume to try to reclaim those levels.
Here's a penny name moving, GPUS, GPUS, hyperscale data, looking interesting. 50-cent name got up there to 70 cents, so maybe it's trying to get back there. It's definitely a real penny name. And the tick that keeps on giving. We'll see if this keeps ripping. A nice little VWAP attempt here for the tick. I'd like to see one more attempt to break the 1178. But we'll see what happens there on tick. And I put an alert for PBM at 544. The idea is 550 breaks really gets people excited. So I'm waiting for that. I'm just going to wait. I'll let you know.
Hey, Paula brought up Bria. I mean, that deja vu. Bria was
It's been halted up. It's been halted up for.
It's so funny, dude. Like, as traders, when you do this for years, you just hear see a ticker symbol and you know exactly like, oh, well, that's a pump and dump, kind of thing. Because you get the past chart history is nothing but upper wicks on BRE.
Yeah, exactly. That's a perfect example. That's why you want to look at them to see if they ever do day 2, day 3 moves, right? That's what you want to see if you're trying to find longs, right? Trying to find a long that always pumps and dumps on the same day is very difficult. Very difficult, guys. So it's something you can learn from, right? If I don't see this stock ever doing a day 2 or day 3 move, might not be the best long, right? Like I want to see them be able to do like a 2 or 3 day rally. All right, just show me that on the daily. If it can do that, then maybe I'm timing it right. Palantir, that hasn't looked back since we talked about it early on the day. So let's see if Palantir just continues to push out there. Look at that. Nice little break there. And not looking back, right? Not looking back. That's the kind of charts that we're looking for. I know Talk has been waiting for this MSTR trade. It is going today. So shout out to you, Talk. MSTR really getting going today. Finally. They say that it doesn't make double, triple bottoms. So this made 7 bottoms and then started to go. Right, Michael? Send that one to our CMT friends.
What a...
8 bottoms on MSTR.
Here's my one discretionary trade today is short Intel here. The idea is I just anchored a VWAP to the high after the
I like it.
After the news, and let me actually. So I got to delete this one to make it easier. So that's what this pink line is, right? Just the VWAP from the high after the announcement, and you can see it's been a roof the entire time. So just took a little bit of short there as it broke this kind of 31.20, right? Stop if we get a close over that VWAP, and just looking to see if this fades a bit, right? And I'm obviously not expecting it to close the gap or nothing nuts like that, but if this thing fades to like $30 or something today, that might be an interesting one. So very, very tight risk for a huge return, and that's what I'm looking for always with these more speculative names.
Jeepus Creepus hitting a new high of day.
Yeah, so you were looking at APVO, Josh. What a chop fest in pre-market. I mean, that thing was just up and down. But it was like predictable. It created some predictable levels, right? I mean, that 270 ceiling. Yeah.
That was easy shorts over and over and over there.
Yeah, just up, down, up, down, up, down. And it's surprising that it's even climbing back up because this on Tuesday it made a pre-market move to 339 and had a slide all the way back down.
Yeah, that's if you look at GPUS that Mitch just brought up. That was a Monday spiker. It was one day this week it spiked up in pre-market. I forgot what day it was, all the way up to like 190. That was on Monday. Went from 35 cents all the way up to 185. Yeah, so that was one of those plays that seeing those kind of leftovers again coming back around. Traders are going back to them again. Not that it's as much as it was in the previous weeks, but we're seeing those multi-day runners showing back up again. Again, looking at orbs, is like you just talked about, which was Octo.
That's what they do.
Of talk at the conference I went to here. Oh,
Yeah,
it's ripping today.
How'd
on
that
this
go?
World coin. That's what this orbs is doing. I guess it's their whole shtick is a proof of human. So you go to an office and they scan your retina and then give you a wallet address only if you're an actual legitimate human being. And the idea is in this kind of crazy AI world, you're going to need some verifiable, and by doing it on the blockchain, it's impossible to nearly impossible to hack. And they're thinking that in the future, if you're like getting an email, it's like, well, prove you're an actual human being that's emailed me and you're not AI or ChatGPT. The amount of kind of content online made by robots and all of that. So it's interesting. So yeah, that's what this orbs is doing, I guess, is YOLOing this world coin, and it's interesting, and it moved because it's got the partnership with Tom Lee and big reputable names like that.
Yep.
So yeah, this one's it's an interesting little play.
Coin taking off today, guys. I talked about look for setups that are coming towards their resistance. Coin has a beautiful gap to fill that it's approaching right now on the break towards 335. Gaps from between like 335 up to 370, just before 370. So not a bad look there on Coin. Of course, Hood's been going higher, and that's another reason why I'd take a look at it. I think we might get a little bit of a VWAP attempt here pullback, so I'm going to be patient for the next 15, 20 minutes, and then get ready to hammer it towards the 11 hour. But that's important, right? Sometimes we're going to get these little pullbacks. I'm looking to see if we get it now. SMR, another name to keep on watch. I really do like how this is starting to turn a little bit there. I was watching for it to see if it turned today. It's trying. I'm not saying that it's really breaking out, but it's definitely a name that I'd watch for the momentum. We know how it moves when it does get the momentum.
APVO still in that channel. I mean, 220 up to 270. So just be mindful of that. What are you thinking now, Josh?
Yeah, it's really pretty much I wanted 270. I was going to go a little lower or I didn't think it would get to 275. So I had orders in right around 270, and yeah, just didn't get there, didn't get filled. But that's what we've had a lot from the small cap plays today. Just haven't had anything to really hold their gains, and if anything, they're just kind of going out sideways. It's just not a lot of good action in small capville as far as what we were getting in the previous weeks.
Got a bullish engulfing candle attempt here on HIMS. I'm going to take a shot to see if it starts to come back to 53s here. It's coming back down pretty fast, though. It might just be the liquidity search. I'm going to put it right underneath the 5270s to stop and look to see if it gets going again. HIMS.
For small caps, did just halt up kind of out of nowhere. CDLX. So CDLX is halted up. And I'm watching Bray like a lot of traders. I don't know why it's not, hasn't come live yet. So BERA, that's definitely I'm just watching it. That's more of a popcorn kind of play. But CDLX is halted up. So I'm going to keep my eye on this and see what we get out of the gate. Trade I was looking for was APVO and that reversal, which we already got. And it is coming back on down there, like we just talked about.
Okay.
HIMS came back there, got me right at the 5270s. So we'll look to see if it breaks 53 now. Could just been liquidity move here. It's staying right on the 90 MA, telling me more and more it doesn't want to come back to VWAP. So you might not get the opportunity to come back in it. So I'm watching that one.
LASE was a play this morning, pre-market as well. It's curling up a bit. Could give an entry. I see a lot of wicks up in the over $4. Could give an entry for a short. If as long as we stay heavy here and volume doesn't come into it.
Tick, good VBOT bounce there, right back up to the highs.
I like HIMS for a bounce, but I don't, like you said, I don't think it's going to come back down. I like HIMS though. HIMS good mover today. That
yeah,
field,
I was able to cash on it twice there, Josh, already. So you got a 240 trade and a 207 trade, 49 loss, a $10 loss. So just let's keep trading, guys. Let's look.
CDLX, by the way, they're the halted up ticker. They posted on X. CDLX is the next fallen angel to trade much higher in today's news from the Amex shows why. Platinum refresh about the future of the
Okay.
first. It's already integrated.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I don't know. Nothing.
That's
Nothing.
a weird. Some guy likes the stock. Well,
It's about the future of first party data. Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
It's probably also an incredibly low float, and that's really the reason it's moving.
50 million I got. About 50.
So a lot of my shorts are coming back in here, right? My RGTI, I'm now turning the
220
green
on
on a little bit. What AMPX, right? Still a down day so far, but less down than it was. Of course, my one discretionary trade, Intel, is the one that's doing the worst, but gets stopped out here. Always the way. Eventually, I'll just abandon these entirely.
Yeah, CDLX, I'm going to monitor that 220 level. Sorry, Josh, go for it.
I was going to ask Michael, how's the bots going? I know I got a lot of people in my stream that are wanting to get into doing the bots and watching your YouTube and want as much information as they can get from you.
It's been going great. It's been a great market for it. It's all about how, at the end of the day, the bot's just going to do what the strategy is. So if you've got the right strategy, the execution has been doing fantastically. So right, whether or not you're going to make a killing on it is whether or not you've got a good strat for it. But I haven't had any issues at all, which has been great. I was a little bit worried with things being server side only, so not like local on your computer, that there would be a bit of a lag between one thing and the other happening, but the lag hasn't been anything that I can perceive, and that makes it way better to do something server side, because it means if my computer shuts down, if my power goes out, well, it's TradingView connecting to TrendSpider, and it's all happening in the cloud. So as long as both of those are TradingView to Signal Stack and then to trade the pool, as long as those things are working, it'll work great. So yeah, my initial worry about it being all, in the cloud is completely unfounded, it seems.
Good. A lot of people interested in that, so they want as much as they can get from you. They're like, I want to know. He needs to talk more about the bots.
I do think it's a big problem solver for a lot of people, right? Anyone who says, oh, I can come up with a great plan every day but not execute it, that's the solution, right? Come up with the great plan and then put it into a bot and leave it alone.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really helps as far as the execution for me, it would help on the profit side of things. Like, you have the 30 years of data back tested here, so I'm not even touching it. I'm not taking profits off. I don't mean to bring this up, Nos, but you made a killing on QMMM. That just came to my mind. But you took it. You did take it off a little early and still made a killing on it, right?
I know. And the biggest thing that I like about it is I now have something to judge myself based off of. When I was trading discretionarily, you can't help but judge yourself based off whether you made money or not. For me, I just know at the end of every day, I'm going to pull in my data from my own account and from Trade the Pool account. I'm going to run the back tester, and I'm going to compare those two. And if I did as good as the system told me I should, or a little better, then that's a win. Even if it's, hey, you lost 10 grand and you should have only lost 9 grand, well, then I'll be mad. Or hey, you lost 10 grand but you should have lost 15, then you'll be happy. So it just gives you a benchmark outside of whether or not I made money to kind of right the ship and keep you moving in the right direction.
Yeah, when you're not in control, I guess you just render that control to the bot. You're not prone to make those irrational decisions. It's because oftentimes we, like anything else in life, we want to trade, we want to be involved in the trades because it's like we want that ego boost. We want to feel right. When ultimately it's not about that. It's about making money, not feeling a certain way.
Well, and it's about it. I kind of look at it too as the
short APLD,
you get that
long HIMS.
You get that level of satisfaction. It's just a bit different for me. If my system's performing well, I've come up with a system. I did the back test. Each of these systems took weeks of development time. So it's more of like, as opposed to winning a sporting event, it's more of being a dad and watching your kid win the sporting event. You still get that because I built it, I made it. This is the thing that I created. I just didn't hit the button
it's
itself.
in the majors, man.
CDLX should open any second now, by the way. APVO, good call, Josh.
I'll be
That's
right
been
back.
heavy.
Short heavy APLD, short 400 shares here, looking for the $20 breakdown there on APLD. That's a name that I like upside. Now I'm going to play it to the downside. This is the way it has to be sometimes too. Just because you like it to the upside doesn't mean you can't come in and be an evil short at times.
Big time. That's right. Yeah, 100%.
Just because
Yeah,
you like it don't mean you married to it.
yeah. You
It
gotta
didn't
see
get the
both sides.
prenup.
Hey, it's like when we have to admit when we're wrong, but we might be right. To the wife. You just got to suck it up and just here's what it is. Like
Here's
you said,
what
it
it
is what it
is.
is.
Is what it is. So long hymns, short APLD. What does this give me?
CDLX open. CDLX open.
Let's take a look.
220s we're at right now. Ooh, all right. This is critical level up here. 220s is very important. 224 is the 200-day. 220 I do have as resistance on the chart, so I'm very curious what we're going to do here.
Tick is still looking really good. Another one, the smaller one, Hover, New Horizon Aircraft off of the 190s. The really small name, but just calling it out there. It's definitely hanging out.
Yeah, this is that area right there that Kevin's talking about. Of course, that Magic 20 he's always talking about, but then you just go to the chart and you see it there at that 220, 230 area. I like this. I love those big reversals back down. So this would where if I'm going to start stabbing at the top, I'll probably start going in around 290 into that 310 area. But this right here is that first area that you're going to run into for CDLX for resistance, where you're going to have a lot of profit taking. This is the area I like. I like seeing the big, nasty reversal.
I'm going to start it on a pop up towards like the 40s and then hit it again at the 80s, 90s like you're seeing. Let's see if we get another pop here, CDLX.
Might size into this APLD cut down. It's looking good. I'm already in the green, and that's when I try to step up to the plate, right? So I'm going to do the same thing that I talk about often, guys. We've been talking about this. Kevin and I especially have been trying to talk about you got to be able to step up to the plate when you see it right. This is the way that we make money, guys, especially in moments like this where we're making a lot.
Yeah, man, I'm so happy you did that yesterday. Because, I mean, I know what to say, but oftentimes I won't even do it. But you did it. You not only say it, you did it.
It's practice. Practice it. That's the whole thing of also evals, guys. We are getting practice in this game.
Oh, you could never.
And if you don't view it as practice, well, guess what? You view it as, oh, I can't do this. It's the game.
Yeah.
Like coaches. Like a coach would always try one play. Like a football coach would just be like, you know what? Let's just try this trick play. We don't know if it's going to work. We don't even think it's going to work. But you know what? Let's just put it out there.
Yeah.
Practice makes perfect, guys.
And practicing the same thing over and over and over. Not like we've always
Building a habit. Building a habit. And also knowing the key, though, Kevin, is it's going to usually start working for us. And then we need to be also having the habit of, hey, things aren't looking perfect anymore. Now I need to downsize. Right? That's also the key.
Dynamically sizing, yeah.
Dynamically sizing, I think, is the key. And you'll learn this from poker players. You'll learn it from poker players. You're bound to get hot in poker if you hang out for long enough. And then when you get hot, they tell you, stop being such a pussy. Go swing. That I'm telling you, man. I've learned a lot from the poker players this last year on how to make bets.
You play?
Not even to play. I used to play a lot of Texas Hold'em, but like more along just learning how they're able to take such high bets and not be so emotional, right? Because they're taking big bets, right? Poker players a lot of times huge bets.
For traders, I actually recommend both of 80 Duke's books. I really like how to make thinking in bets.
Thinking in bets.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a good one
That's
that
a
you've
great
mentioned,
book.
Michael,
People
multiple
mention that one.
times.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's making smarter decisions when you don't have all the information, and that's you want to describe trading. It's about just making smart decisions when you'll never have all the information. So it's
When there's uncertainties at play, right? And
CDLX, I got a 245. I'm pulling a C trader here, Josh. I got a few orders out. I liked what he did. 245 to 80, or that's what I got right now. But the concern here is there's really not been that leading play, right, Josh? Small cap land has been a little on the light end of things today. So that the concern is everyone's just going to rush onto this thing, but it is
and there's, it's funny when you guys come in, if the market has been dead, you guys are usually like super pumped because there was a lot of small cap plays and a lot of crazy things. And when the market's actually been interesting with like
Yeah.
Hims and Palantir and the
Uh-huh.
Qs ripping, guys always come in, you're all bummed. And I just think what
Yeah.
happens is that the degens try to get their action and their Palantir and everything they love, and if there's not that, then they go over to this. So it'll be interesting to see if you did some sort of like volume comparison, right? If the volume's
Yeah.
low in the traditional market, is it higher in the
Small cap.
other side of things? So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, where do we, it's like come in as like crackheads and like where do I get my fix today? It's like,
Yeah.
well, I can get in Hims. That's okay. I don't need to trade
Yeah.
something that's gonna
Out
ruin
there,
my
break
life.
even on Hims. Gave it the shot above 53. Hit 53.05. Cut out break even. That's okay. That's okay. That's what's kept me safe, guys, is being able to get out more often. I'm at the point where if I need to be 10% accurate, but I can do 5 to 1s and 6 to 1s, I'm gonna do it. I don't even care about accuracy anymore. I'm throwing that whole word accuracy out the window.
CDLX,
I
I
always-
was 1 penny away.
If you're ever talking to someone about the gym and you're like, oh, I go to the gym or whatever, and then they go, well, what do you curl? Right? You're like, okay, you have no idea, right? Because they do a gym bro asks like, what's your bench, what's your squat, what's your deadlift, whatever. And it's the same as when I hear a trader go, what's your win rate? I'm like, oh, you're new. You're new here. That's the least important statistic that you could
Least
ever
important.
need to know about someone is what their win rate is.
Yeah, a few of the last interviews with the funded traders, they've been at like in the 40s, in the low
Yep.
40s, but the rewards they've been really doing a great job with their reward, like 1 to 3 ish.
Yeah, that's all
Yeah.
that matters at the end of the day.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Is what
Do
you
care
can
so
have a
much
high.
about being right, a lot, or
Well, and you
make
can
money?
never have, but if you can never have both, it's the unicorn that everyone chases. It doesn't exist. You can't be right all of the time and make a crap ton of money when you're right. Again, if you could, this game would be way easier. There'd be people out there who are trillionaires and gazillionaires by now, right? So generally, people, and I think it's all personality and mentality. It's one of those things. Are you okay with what side? Are you someone who needs to be right all the time? It's like, great. Well, even do like maybe a negative win rate or a 1-to-1 or something like that. You'll probably figure out how you're right 60% of the time with a 1-to-1 win rate. Or you someone who likes to, swing the bat big and take a big trade every now and then. Well, have a low win rate, have a 25% win rate, but really like dig into your winners when they go.
Exactly.
And it's the people who try to do both fail at both, right? People who pick a side and go with it, they end up doing the best.
Yeah, find what you can do well and try to stick to that, right?
Yeah.
It's just like it is in a lot of places in the world, right? If I'm a person that can shoot threes very well, but I can't get to the basket, well, guess what? I ain't looking at the basket anymore, right? I'm just gonna shoot my threes in the corner. It's the same way, guys. Same way. You find what you do well, stick to it.
Yeah, you got to
Don't be these penny stocks.
narrow in the focus, because as degen traders, as Tex mentioning, we got to be in a trade. Always itching to be in a trade, But stick. It takes a lot of discipline, uncommon patience. So CDLX, maybe a sloppy seconds approach up here towards the highs. I'm gonna give it some room though. I mean, I do like the levels Josh mentioned, and since this is the only play in, what we got Bria, right? Is that one open yet? No. So
No.
CDLX is where the volume's at. So it may try to break through the highs here, and I'm gonna give it a little bit of room. But it just a beautiful tap of the 200-day moving average and retracing off of that.
Yeah. A lot of stuff y'all were talking about, like just a second ago, just goes back to then what Michael, just back to you kind of just, to me, it's just like this whole circle you're going in. But the reason why, essentially going back to why these traders, you're trying to do this, you're trying to do that. You can't figure out what you're doing right. You're trying to, you can't figure out the stop loss. You're trying to go too big or the win rate. It's the whole going back to bots. How many traders even said that? I've worked with so many traders even till now where I work with them and they can put their lines and their levels in. They have a great trade idea. And then when it comes to the time to take the trade, they just can't execute the trade. Mm-hmm. So that's why many people aren't very good at this day in, day out. And that's where I think down the line, if they can and spend the time, like you said, because it does take some time and weeks of getting those together. But that's it. You get your bots, you figure those out and go, hey, here's my formulated plan because I just, for whatever reason, I'm chicken. Was it back to the Future? Call me chicken. And a lot of people, I was at first, but it was just going small and not have, like you said, I don't have to be right all the time. You're getting You know, especially if you are, like we just jokingly said, if you are in marriages, there are going to be time where you just got to kind of zip it up and go, I am right, but I'm actually going to have to say I'm wrong. You know?
Yep. That's how it is a lot of the times, guys. And here, one of those things that I talk about, right? So you guys saw me take a hit first, bounce back, then get into the green, try to take shots to really get green, right? $10 loss, $50 loss, and just took another $42 loss on APLD. And Hims got out that break even 2 or 3 times. Gave myself more than shots on goal to get really green, realizing I'm not getting it. Maybe I'm not as hot as I was yesterday, ready to call it quits, right? And that's what I'm going to do. Up $60. It's nothing in the huge direction, right? After a $1,600 day yesterday. But what does it do? Keeps me in the right direction.
Well,
Right?
you also broke the curse, right? The curse of a lot of traders is after a huge green day comes a huge red day, and that's something I've heard a billion times too.
Yeah.
So to the point where there's a lot of traders like, okay, if I have an outsized, if I normally make $100 a day and I have like a $500 day, I take the next day or two off. Right? And
Because it can happen.
you just like
I've learned that lesson too many times.
recenter yourself back.
Yeah,
to,
it's that Superman. You know, I feel like I can't lose. It's that mentality. Now you can't lose, and you're applying.
And I like APLD, right? Like part of me tells me, no, but get back into it, right? And part of me is like, no, but get into Hims now on this 53 break, right? Well, it just played with me. It eventually got me out. That's how Hims does a lot, and I will say that. Hims is a beautiful name to come and stop you out and then rip. I've just seen it countless times. So at this point, I felt like I got Hims good. I traded it well, but not perfect, and that's why I'm also getting out done for the day. That's just what it is, right?
Who's this him you keep talking about? Who you got? You got him, son. Who's this him? Who you
A
talking
CR trader. That's funny. I was about to just mention Orms.
What can I say? I like. I've been trying to keep up with the hair, I guess. Keep that hairline strong, baby.
Hey,
I think we
feel
should
ya.
send Mitch, because I know I checked. They don't have any near me, but they do have some in Florida. I think with
CDLX
these orb
odds.
places. I think we should send you to do a little video, a recon of how it's like to get your brain scanned by this company to see if you're an actual human.
Let's do it so they can scan my brain and take the data.
Apparently, like I was there with JC, and he was saying he got it done. It was fairly quick, and the whole idea, the whole idea I like is like, hey, we're gonna have to figure out who people are. Like, it's gonna be a huge problem.
Are you a mechanical heart or a real heart?
Like, and if anyone with any following posts anything on Twitter, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Where it's like you post something on Twitter, and instantly there's like 15 comments of, oh, you should follow this trader. He's amazing. So it's like
He's
social
amazing.
medias would like it if eventually, hopefully, if we could prove who's a human and who's not. I only need to follow verified human beings, but I could even see it for things like financial transactions. And I don't know if they're going to be the way to do it, but it's definitely a problem that's got to be solved. So it's interesting that there's a coin out with one of these things called utility. It actually does something. It doesn't just have a sheep with a hat on its head.
So here, guys, you guys see the platform here, and I think this is an important one. So you see how, like, I still think this is a big shorter in APLD. I just got stopped out in between. They went big here at 97 when it popped there. Right on the VWAP, they went big. Like, they were already big because I saw a couple of, like, orders earlier that started to get big here, like this 13,000. And they just started to hammer down that. Like, now they're loading in that 97 spot. Like 25,000, 12,000, 9,000. You don't think that somebody, that's a bigger short, right? But I'm not winning against him. I'm not riding his momentum and winning. Instead, I got squeezed into his play, and then he just shorted into me more, right? And so this is when you can see it right, but not get it right. And so sometimes it tells me what? Just stay on the sideline. It's okay. It's okay, Mitch. You don't get them all. This is the clear chart where it tells me to short it, but I'm going to leave it on the sideline because I'm not being able to master the day, right? Master the trade, right? And so in this case, just leave it off. But it does show me that there's probably a bigger short in APLD. And it makes sense because it's super extended, right? Super extended. Was up there in the pre-market, creates a wick on the top end, and now they're just driving it right back down, right? We'll see what happens there, guys, on that one. Bloom Energy is one that I'm watching to see if FLNC is going to make another move, but something tells me we're on the done for the day move. I feel like a lot of stocks are just kind of just hanging out now, and we might
What
just see some hangout here for a
we
while.
gotta remember too, right? So we're up 1.66 on the IW or the IWM, yeah, up almost 2%. The Qs are up over 1%. The SPY is up almost 1%. So, if we do nothing for the rest of the day, that's a huge win for the bull camps because we've gapped up and we've held, and right, everything's going well. So, if they're the bulls, they may just be looking to defend. It's like, okay, just don't let it go down. Hey, let's just have a close here.
All right, we'll see what happens here now, but definitely a little bit of a slow down action there as the market slows down here. ETH eventually did make the move that I was looking for, which was to break above the 43 kind of 43.40s, but didn't make a huge breakout. So we'll see later in the day if maybe you get a bigger breakout in that Ethereum chart. CLDX still going there, 260s now. We'll see if that can continue to ride higher. The tick wasn't bad chart. I think that was the chart that I think I missed a little bit there if I wanted to take part in it. It's funny, I went to the tick chart. But we'll see what happens on that one. It was a nice VWAP bounce that just held, and then now is just kind of breaking into it. You can call this maybe a symmetrical triangle or pennant pattern, right? Nice little pennant. Right, and so you can see how it kind of broke above that. You could still make comebacks down to 1250, but it's been looking pretty good there on tick. It's in an engineering and construction stock too. That's an interesting name to see moving.
Is it? It's funny. You can't trust those anymore. This is what a world. Is it an engineering construction stock, or is
right?
Was it a horrible one, and now it's a world coin registry or something crazy?
Yeah, I want to find out now.
Like you should have to change your classification. But I guess that we'll never have to. There will never be a time where you have to go through and change what it is you say you do as a company, because like MicroStrategy, right? There's nothing out there. It doesn't say that it's a Bitcoin holder because it still has this other business. It's just a junky one.
It seems it's a leading North America provider of critical asset integrity services. Provides mission-critical, regulatory, mandated, non-destructive testing, inspection, and engineering and lab testing services across a variety of industrial end markets. So pretty much what nobody knows. So it is an engineering stock. It's just more like it's like testing. I'm guessing it's for like certain like industrial. It says non-destructive testing. So testing like things that like to test their strength, probably like buildings and stuff like that. So definitely not a play that you know about. So there's no reason for this stock to be at 13, right? It's just more, it's ripping.
Well, right, line go up because line go up. It's funny. There was some meme coin. There was an actual official meme coin trainer we actually were able to nail down at this presentation, and the more he talked, the more it was line go up because line go up, and it was like everything that he would justify for why these things need to exist. At the end of the day, it was just like it just reminded me so much of the NFT conversation of days of yore, where you'd like, oh, you can. You can express yourself online, and like people will, and I was like, oh, it's just line go up because line go up, right? So or BS.
Some people always like kind of hate like narrative talk. I think you just have to combine it, right? Like if you're gonna just give it like a narrative, just make sure that you're at least combining it with some type of variable conversation. And quantifiable to your theory, right?
At the end of the day, like I don't care. Like I'll trade anything. I'm a proud 5-figure fart coin holder. Like I'll I don't care. It's not, I'm not passing judgment, but I like things like don't just pull off the mask and just be these things are stupid and they don't need to exist, but they're going up in value, so I'm going to own it. It's great. Like,
Good call, CR Trader, ORBS.
ORBS, there you go.
yeah,
The
ripping here.
orbs, trading in orbs.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been thinking. I've been looking maybe to pop a bit of this WorldCoin because a lot of smart people there were talking about the use case of it. So if WorldCoin, which if you look at the actual WLD USD, if you look at the
Like this breakout there, man.
daily chart, it actually looks really nice because it had this big pop here, and that was the initial orbs move, and then it's come in and digging in and holding. So it looks really nice. All-time
Yeah.
highs are 10x
There
if it ever got there.
I was slow, man. I was trying to buy it there, guys. It just already went. I was trying to buy it off the like 1520s, and it just shot there to 1570s. So I can't get it now. I was just gonna take like 100 shares, risk off 15, $20 risk. That's the way I was looking at it. But good mention in the chat, man. And way to catch that, Kevin. It was a good setup. I was just late to it, and I could see it just holding up there. And it's just beautiful off this resistance, right? So you got your up one, down one, up two, down two, up three, down three, and then that's the move now. So it shouldn't break this support, right? At this point, that's the third support touch. This support should hold, especially right around this kind of like where you see this doji action, right? You see how you're dipping below it 3 times. Then from there, strength comes in the market. That's why I look for those dips. The rule of 3, I talk about it all the time. And that's exactly that trade, right? That's literally to the key. And holds the throwback look, which is break out above it and then try to pull back right underneath that and then get sent, right? So if you go to the shorter time frames, you'll see how you broke out above it and then you kind of went back to it and tapped it a couple times, then shot off of it.
Yeah, at a ceiling like that, it's looking for the long is great. Seeing those lower wicks, I agree. That third time's the charm too. Knocking on that door is no
Liquidity search right now.
and that's why you take you take profits in that move, right? I mean, so in that pop over high a day, certainly.
You got to be quick to the gun or be small.
Yep. John was saying that in his funded interview this morning. Oh my
God. Look at that liquidity, man.
Okay, so now as a short seller, I see this and a pop here. I'm going to be looking at for a potential short against those highs.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
I've noticed jumping, man.
When they break like that, that could be it.
This is something to be on alert for, guys. VIX is jumping.
Yeah, a little bit of a pullback here across.
The high could be done for the day, guys. The high is in. I'm gonna call it. The high is in for the day. 665. I don't think we get back there on the SPY.
Well, again, this is perfect kind of action here. This is kind of what I expect or you want to see when you get to all-time highs. If you get a little too excited through it, sometimes it can be problematic. But just something that's like, okay, you're at all-time highs.
Open short.
Let's have some chop here for a while. Let's consolidate. Let's hang out, and then we can make a go of it a little later.
Should we go open short? It looks so good.
Yeah,
I'll go over the day trade.
Orbs, I'm gonna throw an order out at 1450. If it pops up there, I'll hit it. Open's been like just. I mean, kind of having a mind of its own a little bit here the last few days. It's gotten at that 10, and then it's been a little up and down from 10.
It's struggling to get above 1040s today.
What's the short interest, Michael? At this point, has that come out yet?
Still, it still hasn't moved. Yeah, so talked about this a bit yesterday.
Oh, okay.
When it got over 10, I took out like 2/3 of the position because it's amazing. It was almost a triple, not quite, but almost a triple.
I'm sure.
And yeah, now it's just I don't want to be in that crowd of, everyone in the world is for a long-term trade. Everyone and their dog is short this play. So I'm just going to wait till that unwinds, right? When it will at some point. And the problem is the data is going to be reported late. So by the time I see the short, it might have given back some, but I just look at it as I've locked in enough profit that if it goes to zero, it's still a good trade. So it just gives you that freedom to say, in case dude's right, because the guy who started it's got an $80 target on it. If the dude's right over a period of time, then great, it'll be a good trade. If it tanks back down and I sell the rest at 5, it's still a great trade.
Yeah, the guy that put $80, he just wanted to show up in the media. So
Well, he's the Carvana guy, right? So he's the same guy who called Carvana all-time highs when it was at a buck. So that's why people are listening to him, right? Because
yeah,
anyone can show whatever target you want, but people are looking at this as the next Carvana because he was the one that was pounding the table that it wasn't going bankrupt when it was priced to bankruptcy, and it was kind of a lot of his words that helped that initial short squeeze. And he thinks the same thing's going to happen where they're going to use this spike to raise money, which they should. Right? You should. You were $1 and now you're 10. At some
yeah.
point, the offering document should hit. That's going to cause a big down move in it. But you should. You've 10x your price. It's time to raise like a couple $1 billion at this new higher valuation, and then hopefully over time use that money to fix the company that almost went bankrupt. Right. And same thing as Carvana did. Carvana, I think, nailed it perfectly. They had that gift. Isn't he camped outside of Drake's house? I think so. Dude's a bit wonky, but hey, it works for him. Can't remember his name right now, but it was the same thing with Carvana. He said, "Listen, I want you guys to raise money." When it went from, what was it? It was like $1, and it like shot kind of the same as this. It shot to 10,
Yeah.
and they just said, "Okay, we're gonna raise billions," and they raised. Yeah, it was right here going to. And I see you down there, Josh. I'm just going to pull you back in unless you didn't want to be in here.
Oh, you're
Um,
good.
y- yeah,
I
it was
didn't know-
this initial
I
short
wasn't-
squeeze, right? It
Yep.
was at $3, right? It shot to like 17, and then this down move was just caused by them saying we're going to raise a crap ton of money, and they raised billions, and then all of a sudden, right? Eventually, now it's up to $400. So this same guy who was big on this, he's the open guy now. So just so people know kind of the pedigree from, he's taking that money and he's plowing it because he made obviously a crap ton. He's taking that and he's plowing that into open, and he's hoping they do the same thing. Spike to, raise some money that maybe that pulls it back to 5 or something. They use that money to fix their business. And then all-time high is $40. It's still
Adding
4x
to open
here.
short. So what is telling me to add to it? Zillow. I know that everyone's talking about the short squeeze, this and that. I've been talking about the relationship with Zillow, and I'm just going to trade it on that. But I think that's why I'm watching for it. If Zillow can start to crash, so can open. So taking a shot here, guys, and I'll risk my cash that I'm in the green with.
Was
Like,
that
I got $60?
That was last Thursday. We were talking about open to 10. It hit 10, and we talked about that hitting resistance and finally running sideways, Michael, because I know you were in that long, and then it's literally done that the last week. Just ran into 10 and been sitting sideways.
Yeah, I actually played it on the upside, downside this week, and upside. So I'm going back to the downside now, like just flip flopping.
Yeah, and it would not shock me if it does that for a while, right? The
Everyone
shorts
was
are
expecting the rate cut, right, to give it the drive that it needed today, right? That's another thing, right? We got the rate cut, so where's the big drive on open today? Buy the
well,
rumor,
and
sell the
with
news.
a third of the float still short. I think this is going to be good action because if it was just ripping every day, that might scare the shorts off. I want shorts to continue to plow into this thing, right? Because then when and if it finally does break, there's more fuel to that fire. It's I'm working on now for systems, and I'm really excited if I can get it. Is trying to find short float data going back that 25 years I do for all my testing to see what I can get access to, because I think there's definitely a strategy to be had.
All right.
Well, all right, that's
That's it
that's
for us,
here.
guys. That's it.
Well,
That's it. I wanted to see if open would actually move there a little bit, but we'll just kind of leave that trade. We'll see what happens. Did size into it right here. Why? Because it's just going sideways right on my entry. Look at APLD now starting to come down. I've seen the VIX spike
Bria.
there. So that's going to be one definitely to keep an eye out.
Oh my God, Paula! Look at Bria
Coming to you.
opened up. Bria opened up like
Yep.
10 points higher. What a
All
night!
right. I'll see you next time, Michael. See you next week, my friend. Take care and keep up with Michael
Later,
on
guys.
Hey, thank
Twitter.
you guys. Appreciate you guys. Take care.
All right, removed him so that it doesn't do the little thing. That's the key I've learned, that we got to remove each other before we get out of here. Ourselves. before we get
Okay.
out of here, so it doesn't keep
Got it.
that spot open for us. There it is, already starting to work there on open. I'm getting after it. You guys know me. A little part of me was thinking do it on the swing because it could have won the swing account, but I think that's just too high risk for a trade that I'm only trying to make like 100 something bucks, and then I
You're
win the
right
swing
there,
account,
man.
right?
You're right there.
So you just
got it.
be patient,
Got
right? Like
Yeah.
like on the day trade account, I could take this hit. It doesn't even matter, right? So let's get after it, traders. I will see you guys next week.
Okay.
This week, 4 for 4.
Let's go.
Let's breathe that
Love it.
out.
Love
It's
it.
been focus, a lot of focus,
Love
and I've been enjoying having you guys on here to keep me focused. See you next time.
Yeah, that's great accountability. I love it, man. Great work this week. All green week. Love it.
Take care,
Have a
guys.
good, have a good one, Bubba.
Open, still working out for him. Yeah, Mr. Josh. We got the call-in show, by the way, traders at 12. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. We're going to keep trading for now. But Mr. Josh, what are you looking at? That Bria.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking to go. I'm looking to jump in that to see if we get another massive gap, because we're actually calling it in my Discord. They were saying it. They're talking about it's going to have a huge gap up. They're showing around like 18, 19. Anyway,
I
so sure enough,
cannot
it's up
believe
there.
that gap. So what's the news here? Let's take a look.
It's got a 300 million private placement. They're talking about some things like, I guess,
Accumulation and staking on like Sol. So that might be announces 300 million. Yeah, private placement to fund establishment of Solana.
Yeah.
Digital asset treasury. We haven't heard this one before. I was cracking up at like thinking about when we did one of the episodes for the small caps, and I was thinking about that Kodak that you mentioned. I had forgot about KODK, but the photography company, and now they're a blockchain company, and now it's just you see that kind of repeating itself these days, don't we? With these companies that are just they're like, what's hot? Okay, well, I'm no longer a pharmaceutical company. I'm a Bitcoin treasury strategy company.
Hey, whatever can make money for them is all that is what.
Yeah, they're looking to raise capital. Yeah, exactly.
And Hims, Hims was another one team. Take that up to 54. I actually jumped into Hims. I thought I was on the stream, but I wasn't. But I did cut myself out because I was taking care of the dogs. I didn't realize that I didn't get back on. But I did get in on Hims. So I'm in at 53.13 on Hims for the move to 54. I was hoping to get a pullback down to that VWAP. I know earlier Michael or Mitch was talking about Hims. I was like, I don't think we're getting the pullback down to
I'll
the
pass it to you, my friend. You go take that money, man.
Yeah, so taking this up to 54, then I'm going to scale out of that play. But I got in on this little pullback right here. Got in on this little pullback on that move down. Okay. So this is that little quick reversal back on down to support before we take back on off for more and take that up to 54.
I mean, this is exactly what Mitch was talking about earlier too, with those lower shadows too.
Yeah,
kind of like the other orbs was doing. Yep. Yeah, same thing, dude. Popped over resistance, lower wicks. Continue with
seen a lot of the same setups over and over and over, kind of repeating themselves from different tickers here recently, and then large and mid cap to then small caps. They're kind of seeing that same thing. So, Bree, I'm seeing if we get another gap up here, it may be another. This was halted up for an hour, and I said it would be a random open time, and it surely was. I talked about that would open up any minute, maybe any hour. You just have to keep it on watch.
Well, traders, yeah. We'll throw some caution out there. BREA, we went over earlier that this is very wiki on the past chart history. Now, this is trending news, what they came out with, but what could be causing more of this explosive squeeze on BREA is shorts look left of this chart, and they see that this thing always comes back down. Dude, it's like every wick. This is so wiki. And so they get overconfident and sizing into this, and it creates just this explosive move as they're panic covering their positions. And I guarantee you there's some short stuck in this. That was a nasty move in open. 10 points higher. So some shorts got absolutely crushed. I've witnessed it, seen traders lose tens of thousands of dollars getting involved in a short halt like that, and it opens. So, I mean, that's well, be careful. If you're trading BREA, the point is be very, very cautious here, guys. I got the popcorn, Josh. Got the popcorn on it.
Bria careful, as you would say. Bria careful. Bria careful.
Yeah,
but that 300 million private placement, then you get the Solana in there. That just reeks of it's going to go crazy. We saw that, like you're talking about. Oh, we jokingly said we've seen that a lot here recently, and that is a big number, 300 million. So it's going to probably get I would imagine, like we talk about things of threes. I know Money Mitch is in there with me as well. I always see the threes. You see that quite often. So I'm going to see if we can't get one more gap up. And if we do, see if I can time it correctly. I mean, you got to be watching it, or it's because what's going to happen is my point. It's going to open up with another gap up. That's what I anticipate. And it's going to probably fly into another halt up. And that's where I want to try to get in for, and it's risky for sure, but I go small, go very small shares. And you're just looking for one more gap up. The first one, like you talked about, you halt up around 870, you open up around 1650. That's about an $8-9 gap up. This one will probably be around like 4 or 5. And so if you get into the next one, you'll probably see a $2 or $3 gap up. It kind of slowly but surely, kind of 50% its way back down to then. What happens at the end? We start seeing some red, and people start taking profit, and you start seeing the sell off. So Bree, be careful with this, as exactly 100% like Kevin said. It's one of those plays, especially for small cap traders. I know Michael talked about it earlier, the degenerates that we are. I've gotten past that. Luckily, I was disciplined early on. I always got called Captain Discipline. You can see I don't trade very much. I want to, and it's not that I always have to be right, but I want to make sure that what I'm trading, I feel I have an 80-90% chance to win. That's just the way my brain has been developed. So that's the way I trade. And so
it keeps you from over trading. I mean, it keeps you disciplined, keeps you from over trading, because certainly you learn that for a reason, right? Because I'm sure earlier in the career, we were all over trading, right?
Right.
So
so right here we got exactly what I wanted, and I just jumped in 10 shares, just 10 for fun. I'm not doing 100 like I was last week. I'm in right now at the halt up price 22.70.
You didn't fat finger it, did you?
Yeah, no.
I got in 10, actually 1,000.
Yeah, my whole account. Whoopsies. No. Yeah, and then that's all you're looking for right here is just kind of getting that gap up and anticipate exactly what I saw, right? So what I'm figuring here, the gap up, and so we'll get one more just to test the theory, and I like testing the theory, and this is how like Money Mitch was talking about, or Michael, you got to take trades. You're going to be wrong at times, but you got to see if you're going to be right.
You're never putting yourself in the favorable, outcome if you don't involve yourself in risk. I mean, that's, as traders, you have to involve yourself in risk. That's what you were mentioning, that you had a trader that just they know what they're seeing, but they can't execute. Press the button, and that happens. You get the paralysis by analysis. But yeah, you got to press the button. And good job on that. Involving yourself in the risk, you're never going to reap the favorable outcome if you don't do it.
22.73 the halt up price, Paula. So it just on Trade the Pool. I'm not risking my own money. I'll definitely do this on my Trade the Pool account instead of doing it on with my own money, and I just got in 10 shares. Last week I was doing 100 shares. I think I did the one I meant to do was 300 on CWD. And then I did anyway. So yeah, it's just that's usually when I feel comfortable. It's the 100 to 300. Yeah. Today I don't feel comfortable at all. So I'm just going to test to see if I'm right again, and I'll go in 10 shares. And yeah, you got to, just even like early on when I saw things working, like you see, I love breakouts. Like you get my point, HIMS, it's up. It is up on the day. It's up 6% plus, but it's just in that territory where I know, and I feel I've got to get a piece of the pie. And so I'm taking it. I'm not trying to get the whole, shebang. I'm just trying to get a piece of it.
Taking Turb off, by the way, guys. Was working this short. It's curling back around. Tried to size a little bit, but not working out. ATCH, this is kind of painful. I've been shorting this at 174. This thing dropped at 145. I haven't taken any off. I mean, this was kind of a hangover. I was, working throughout the day, so we'll see. I'm gonna adjust my stop down a bit, but ATCH has got a lot of room down. I'm still just kicking back with that short. That's really my only play right now. I'm working the 25K max and, looking about $80-90 on the day so far, closing in on that 26,500 funded. So trying to take it a little easy, heading for that finish line. But let's see where Bria is going to open up.
What I'll do too when this opens up to see if it holds, like I always do when I'm in halt plays, I'm taking half the shares. I know I'm only in 10 shares, but I'll take 5 shares right out of the gate. And then my stop loss truly becomes that entry price at 22.73. And if it gets back below that, I am out of that trade. But I'll hold the 5 shares to see if we get continuation and see the halt strategy possibly work. I know, Paul, you know about the halt strategy. And Money Mitch talked about it last week. It's crazy how you'll see the halt up area become support. So, and my anticipation here is a gap up, take half the load off. Manage that risk as well.
Dude, seriously. I mean, look, QMMMs is embedded in my mind. That trade, I agree with what you're thinking, like taking half off, because this thing could get up to 300. Clearly, it happened. You have 5 shares with a ticker moves 200 points. So what is that? I mean, that's $1,000 on 5 shares. Insane, right? insane. So be flexible on the profit side, guys, not just on the be rigid with the rules, flexible with the profit expectations, Mr. Josh.
What happened?
You still in here, Josh? I'm
Yeah,
not
my
sure.
bad. Yeah, I
you're
lost
good.
everything there for a second. My computer just all of a sudden saw like a little bit of a flash. Oh, what's going on?
Your
I
computer
live in a
saw the
neighborhood.
lights.
Well, no, I live in a neighborhood where they're doing new construction, so a lot of the time my power goes out. So
Okay.
it's nuts.
Yeah, I
Been terrible.
experienced that yesterday. LASE guys,
Internet.
very upper wiki against the VWAP. These are the slower
Oh
plays I
yeah.
kind of like. Yeah, LASE kind of wiki against the
Didn't get
VWAP
filled.
there. BREA, did it open up?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to. I know you're focused there, but yeah, LASE is a play I'm interested in still. Man, that APVO, Josh, at 210 right now. You were all over that on the short. Excellent.
I wanted that to the I wanted the 270 area.
Yeah. Sometimes they just don't. That is why, like the CDLX, I threw a feeler on this, and a feeler is meant to feel the trade out. You can still size dynamically on either side, but sometimes I like to get an early feeler out just in case. Like CDLX, that was that trade. I just threw it out there. I wanted 290s. It did pull back into the 220s. I just took it off, pad the wallet on it, but was looking for a bigger trade there. I'm coming back to you. Let's see what BREA is gonna do.
Yeah, when it's funny, I just now realized you have to on trade the pool. I was like, yeah, I pressed the buy button, but I didn't.
Can you
realize
share the screen again?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, like I said, the little whatever this system is, it like.
Well, you're in it, right? BREA?
No, I'm not. I thought I got in it because I pressed the buy button. I just looked. I did not. Yeah, because you have to wait a minute to get filled. So I'm like, I didn't get in, but it's only 10 shares. But no, I did not get filled. I pressed the buy button, but then I was like, I went to my filled orders, and I'm not in the trade. Wanted to get filled, but I did not.
Still not seeing your chart.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Sorry, my bad. There we go. Boom. Share it back up. So yeah, that's the one thing I want to talk to Michael about that. I would love to talk, and I've had a lot of people on my on my live stream, and of course that follow me on the Discord that have love to talk to Michael about the halt thing. About either lowering it to like 30 seconds or 10 seconds, or you can just, but yeah, because I know how to trade halts, and of course I'd love to trade those, but the fact that you have to wait X amount of time, when a play is halted to get in, I'm like, man, I want to, like when we have these meetings, I'm going to bring that up. Like, any way we can maybe adjust that or lower it?
Maybe they can personalize it for you. My guess is most people don't know how to trade them.
Heck no, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, the rest team probably.
Yeah,
is like,
I know. Yeah,
okay,
but
okay.
Oh, for sure. But yeah, just me and the way I would word it as I'm like, okay, you're giving everyone free shorts. Come on now, let's work with me. Let's work with me now. Come on here, let's trade the halts. Because I love trading halt and plays. I mean, again, if you know what you're doing, but if you don't, like anything in stock trading, you're gonna wipe your account out. But at those plays 100%, if you can really make some banger plays. But that my strategy typically is what I've been talking about. And the halt strategy, either if you get it, which usually you don't on these places, you gap up so much. So what I do is wait for it to turn green. And when I see a bunch of buying coming into the LULD, some brokerages have LULD. You can actually put a script into Thinkorswim, which shows you where it's going to halt up and halt down, which is key. And once it runs into that, I've been watching these plays long enough, and I just do a countdown in my head. And then once I get close to that countdown and toward the end of it, because you've seen before, I know plays that look like they're about to halt up, they don't halt up, and then there's a huge selling wipe, and then the market makers didn't halt it in time, and you get in, you thought was going to be the halt up, and the next thing you know, there's a sell off, and that can happen. And so that's why I like waiting to the very end and then going small, which you can see all these orders that got filled here, 50, 100, 10, 1. Don't try to go in, and heck no, do not try to go into a play that's halted up and gapping up 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 shares. Take feelers on it. Go 10 shares, go 50 shares, go 100 shares. You'll get filled. It'd be easier to get in and out of that for sure, on top of the fact. But I love trading small cap, these little gappy type plays. And that's what I'm waiting for, and was waiting the whole morning for on BREA, was to see a gap up. And then when it gapped up, do we see another gap up? Because I'm probably going to miss this like I did, because I just like you, we're not really paying attention to it, and it's going to be out of nowhere. But then you really hone in on it. If you get another, and you're waiting for it, but if it gaps up again and you see another halt up incoming, try to jump in there before it halts up, because you're going to get another gap up 100%, in my opinion. Now, the only thing is it come live here at the 10-minute mark. which you definitely want it to do, because we can go back to last week in QMs when that was Wednesday. That play was halted up for 30 minutes before it went live, and man, my heart was racing. Now that was luckily one of those plays that was live in between the halts. QMs gap, but it was live for about a minute and a half to 2 minutes actually before it went on the flew up for another halt up. So we were actually, a lot of people in my lobby
That 30 minutes probably felt like 30 hours for you. Huh?
Yeah, felt like forever for sure.
Yeah, so within a minute, BREA, right? Within a minute, if it's 10-minute halt. Lays, I'm stabbing small at on the short there, guys. It's just, I mean, it's holding up against 380s. I'm just going to go small there.
Yeah, well, man, what you got? What you drinking there? Got your little orange? Or was that coffee?
Oh yeah. This is spiked orange. No, this is.
Yeah,
I can't trade sober.
Yeah.
No, I'm just. Yeah,
man.
it's just coffee. Yeah, it's just coffee.
Oh
right,
man, but yeah, that was didn't get. I didn't get. I don't even think about it. Yeah, so Paul, it was funny. I didn't think about it until I looked. I was like, oh yeah, I pressed buy because I don't look at my P&L. I just trade, right? Like I get this, I'm in. If I like those plays, you just market order in, or I have my limit. I don't really, never really look to see, and then I didn't think about like, oh yeah, I can't trade this dang it. So yeah, I definitely would like to. Which I've had a lot of people bring that up. So I'll see if maybe Michael, if there's something we can do about that. But I get it, I 100% get into some of this stuff, and the limitations on what they do for, for managing risk for other traders. Oh, Paul is all over it. Paul is all over it too. I didn't think about that, Paul. It's going to gap up. It's probably going to gap up here again. 3 halts up. Look at this. I didn't think about that because I kind of forgot we were halted up for so long. 1, 2, 3 halts up. Look at the selling right here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Paul, a good call. Forgot about that there for a minute because I was trying to get into the play and was just obviously finally having a good spiky play here to look at. My HIMS play is working out nicely though. HIMS, if you are in with me or if you took HIMS or if you're in HIMS at all, take this at 54. 54 is gorgeous for a resistance area. Studio 54, baby, coming up soon. Only trade for me since I've joined you guys was the HIMS play right here. I loved it. Money Mitch called it out. I wasn't even really I just didn't think we'd get a pullback, and that it would just I didn't get on it to spike at the bell, and I'm glad he did because I did not, and so get a little piece of the pie though, a little piece of the pie. Thank you, Money.
Yeah, Fred, that's a good suggestion. I like that, Austin Trader. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Just gray them out for the minute or whatever.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
CDLX creeping up at the highs, Josh. CDLX creeping up.
I'm still watching it. I
got an eye on it. I got a little eye on it. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted Bria, whatever, but I wanted my girl, but didn't get in. It's all good. I would have loved, to trade this gap halt. I think this with that news could honestly go crazy today. But yeah, some more slow and steady play now. CDLX wait for 3.
But they're gonna prevent it from going crazy if it's just gonna halt.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, market
all day. Yeah. It's just if it's gonna halt fast, nobody's gonna want to trade that thing.
Well, and that's the thing. The 10 minutes at a time are killing it. 5 one thing. 10 people are slowly but surely going to start moving away from it. Come on, let's go HIMS, baby, HIMS. Thank you, Money Mitch, baby. Almost to my 54. About time to start.
Money Mitch, you still lurking in the shadows?
Yeah, right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good call there. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. No, it was.
That's a heavily shorted ticker too, isn't it? 80.
Yes, yeah. I think that's another reason why we're always talking about it because it's kind of keeps going.
CDLX at the highs. Be mindful of that, guys. I mean, I'm still looking at that $3 on CDLX. The problem with it at this point is it's kind of started grinding a bit. So when they start stair stepping and grinding, it's something as a short seller, you don't, that's a sign of health when you start stair stepping. So longs are more so in control of that. I want euphoria. I want straight up kind of moves. So if we go straight up towards 320, I'd be interested in. And we're doing this on low volume too. I like a, increase in volume.
Yeah. No, you're all over it there with that. I talk about that all the time when I'm going, my screen for years. I've talked about that for a short up top. You want that quick move into it, not that slow and steady grind, because then you get a little worried.
Yeah, it's more variables that create a higher higher predictable setup when not only you're up 100 200%, but now we're getting euphoric, pretty much orbs. I mean, literally pretty much ORBS. We were not only up 4 or 5 points on the day, but it broke through highs, and at that point it's just That's a short I'm looking at because we're already up a lot.
I just took a
BREA, is
little
it open? What do you
I
do?
just took a little, yeah, I just took a little off Hims. Now
Okay.
it's getting a little heavy here up top. Always, that's funny you use that term. I always call it top heavy, but because it's at the top, but same kind of thing. And I'm right so far pretty much top ticked it. Now again, still could make that move pure to 54. It just had that look like myself. There were some people that were wanting to take some profit maybe beforehand. So I did take a little profit off. I'm only in 150 shares now total left of Hims.
CDLX here is yes, breaking up through the highs, increasing volume. Still not a straight up move, but I'm still looking for that $3 area. $3 mark. Past chart history. That's what that's the zone, liquidity zone we're seeing.
Yeah, I was hoping right there in that candle before last we'd get that straight move like you were talking about and squeeze out of that little bit of a downtrend that we're forming, a little high of day 255.60 area and get that straight pop to 3 or 315, and it didn't do it. So now here we go, starting to build another stair to our staircase, and that's not what I really want to see, honestly, because then we maybe do another one, then we're at 287, 290, and then maybe do another one. Like, no, don't do that. Like this candle was the one I was talking about right here. That one I wanted a straight move up, get to like 290, then this candle right here and these two candles we start getting filled as it's hopping around 315, 290, and then this is the kind of pullback death candle back down to this 260 mark. If we keep staircasing up to it, what's going to happen is all these little stairs that we're building up to essentially our heaven that we want at 3 to 310, 315, well, that becomes support on the way back on down. So that's just going to shorten up our profit taking area, as I always call it, profitability zone. So we don't want the staircase up because this 250 or 250, that was the old one. 255, 260 was kind of the old platform landing for us for the short. Now we're starting to build another one here at 280. And that's what I'm saying. Do we build another one at 290? And if we keep doing that, then just do, in my opinion, don't take the short. There are times when, yes, still trust the chart. To me, that becomes a more identifiable short, whether it's a 200-day moving average up top, plus really crazy reversal area that we see, multiple of them, not just the one that we're looking at, where there's like 3 or 4 or 5 upper shadows at that area from multiple, just past, just from recently. There's not really that here. And so if this slowly staircases up, squeezing through, which we're going back here in time, we're seeing this, and I got it. And the only thing I like about this, and I use the standard deviation channel, on the yearly, it's right there at 3. So I have a double whammy in a way, 2 areas of resistance. But again, I still don't want the staircasey move. I want a nice, quick, sharp move into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know sometimes you're long in these names. You've been leaning short. So why were you leaning short from the beginning, CDLX? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I just I don't like plays that pop up later on in the day like this for now. Bree is a little different, right? Because it's a gappy. It's it was a little different. Of course, I was just trying to do like a feel or 10 shares, so it's not like I love it. This is the play. Just for whatever reason, the years of my trading journey, when these plays pop up out of nowhere, I don't know. I just never get that, and it's been great. I mean, just imagine if you would have bought right out of the gate, right when it opened up at 220. You pretty much haven't seen lower than that, and so it's one of those, hindsight trades where you're going, oh man, that was actually a good long. Why did I have that mindset of just wanting to go short? And there's just that you being a human and unfortunate going, I got to have the 3 and I only want to go short. I'm like, well, you've missed a lot of good long opportunity,
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious there because you do nail really good longs. So just interested in the mindset behind that. But
I think also maybe because of the day, maybe that's kind of like a subliminal thing where my brain does this a lot where I'll be singing a song later in the day and I'm like, why am I singing that? I'm like, oh, I heard it on a commercial earlier, but they get plugged into my brain. So I'm thinking I've seen a lot of failing today in small caps. Nothing's really held its gain.
That's true.
So maybe my brain was just immediately going, go to 3 and let's fail, and then you're done too.
I like overthink some of these things because I do think, okay, where my brain is like everything is failing, So, but then you remember I was commenting CDLX is like the only thing in small cap land, like everybody can rush over there, and that's ultimately what's happened here to keep this sustainability on it. But yeah, I prefer just reacting. And that, to the volume at the levels, because you can define it. You can define it very clearly from a short perspective. So we see the 3 and we see strong volume. We need other variables to line like fast moves up, not like if this thing stair steps to 3, I'm not really going to be that interested. If it just like pulls back by the dip, right back up to new high, pull back by the dip. there's several variables that Josh and I are speaking on that they have to align to create the good short, in my opinion.
Yeah, here's my hymns. I am out all but 50 shares. So just holding the final 50 shares here to see if we get more continuation up. There is your 54. Talked about that earlier when I was, right around this series. So you could have got 50 more cents even with me. Boom. Love that hymns today. I'm on my hymns today. I got energy. I'm ready, baby. I'm coming for you, baby. I'm coming later. My wife's not even here. So anyway, I'm yelling at my wife right now. My daughters look up. They're going like, Dad, shut up. God, I'm trying to sleep in here.
Yeah, speaking of yelling, guys, in 30 minutes, we want one of you to call in and I was trying to segue that. Start yelling. Tell us. We're gonna do this call-in show. You may have gotten the email. So today at 12, we're gonna do a call-in show, and there's gonna be a reward, by the way. So you guys are gonna wanna get involved with this. And Josh, you may have some people in mind who you would like to call in. But the theme today is we're gonna have a few people call in at 12 and discuss kind of your largest loss and what you learned from it. So if there are some traders out there that would like to discuss that, let us know in the comments. We're going to be giving away a 25K eval. To essentially, we're going to do a poll in the YouTube comments, and Josh and I are going to vote as well on whose story we all like the most. So get your stories ready, guys. Get your stories ready. Josh, you got somebody in mind who you want to call into this show?
And I got a lot of people. Like I said, I've literally worked with a lot, 500. It's a lot of people I've worked with. So yeah, there's definitely. I've got a lot of numbers too in my phone from over the years. So yeah, there's a few that I could think of. I did miss this. I know Trader Life. Sorry, I was trying to get in on BREA. And there she goes. Now she is flying to new high of day. And I had a feeling that's why I was trying to get a little long out of it. But
up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
What we got? Trader Life asked about QBTS. So QBTS thoughts on it. Okay. I'd put an uptrend channel on it right here. So I've got it on my bottom right-hand ticker. Hopefully you can see that, and it's big enough. And if not, you know what? Real quickly, we'll just go to the big guy. We'll go to the big guy over here and go to QBTS. So there's your uptrend channel. Let's go to the 3-minute time frame and clean up a little bit of that chop, and there you go. That's your trend line, 100%. To me, your uptrend channel, I don't know if I want to base it off back over here, but I do see the most recent channel over the past hour, which is right here, right? So now I can see we're in this channel. Now we do have a chance to overextend, but every time we overextend, we're not there for very long. So if we do pop out of this Trader Life, watch for a move to 23.75, watch for a double top. I know that's a huge short opportunity, but if we do squeeze through that, where are we going? Oh man. Ooh, that looks pretty juicy for a short Trader Life. Honestly, a lot of resistance there in pre-market as well at 23.75. We'll go to the 4-hour here and see if we see anything most recently, and we do not. So let's go to the yearly, 1 year, 1 day. Is this all-time highs for QBTS? We'll go back really far in time here. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it is. This might be all-time highs. It is. Okay, so all-time highs for QBTS. So a little risky to short the double top there, but still, we always talk about there is going to be risk in our trading. Nice double top short, but if we do get over that, naturally, this should run obviously to 24, and potentially, being it is at all-time high, we know 25 would be the next whole round number that this tries to take on. Bounce plays, I always have levels on different ones. This would be your risky biscuits, tornado crickets, but you can see old resistance is trying to hold up here at 23.40 to 23.30. Under that, got dip area potential right at the VWAP in 23 to 23.10. And then down below that, of course, you can just see the staircasing up. This is 1 stair, 2 stair, 3 stair, 4. Go down to this there, and there's 22.80. That would be a good book. You know what? I should be like the new Dr. Seuss for stock traders. Okay, 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4. Okay, get your kids into it. What do you think? What do you think, KA74? Do you think I should start doing that? That sounds like a good idea. Do you think your kids would get into that? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. Your mic.
Yeah, sorry. Went to the bathroom.
You're good.
Figured y'all didn't want to hear that. Yeah, dude. I mean, man, I was spitting gold right there too. I could see it. You getting your kids all, round up, children. Get your blankets. Get your juice box. It's story time with AK-47. Dude, that would be the best. I gotta start doing that. Yeah, with the kiddos.
I like it. That was just kind of came out of nowhere, but yeah, no, I like QBTS. Nice, good staircase and play right there for you, Trader Life. Trader Life, are you and Paul are the ones from old school days, right? Y'all are from the TC days, old school days, correct? I know Paula is. I know Paula. Paula was a former. I don't know if we ever did any one-on-ones, but I know she's definitely maybe the morning alerts possibly. And Trader Life, is that you, Trader Life? Because if so, my gosh, we go back like you and Paula. We go back like 2017, 2018. We're about like me and Kevin. Old school days right there, baby. Yeah, and we got giveaway coming up. Yeah, we got the giveaway. I've been dabbling in Forex. How do I start with stocks? So Heidi,
You're in the
first
right
off,
place.
first off, open an account with Trade the Pool. We're giving away a free eval. You got a story you want to give, call in. You got a little stock trading, a stock trading story team. This one time I went to Panama City Beach. Let me tell you, I ran in to limit Ric Flair, and Ric Flair was just no. We don't care about your story and when you're in. Okay, that would be fun though, actually, maybe, but.
Next week's theme.
Yeah, hold those for another one. Hold those for another show.
We're gonna keep it around stocks today.
Yeah, but first off, back to you, Heidi. Get you Trade the Pool. Open up an eval. There's different ones you can pick from, which is great. From 5K all the way up to 100K plus. And if not, there's great brokers out there as well. Find which one. There's E-Trade. There's Webull. Of course, I love TOS by Schwab now. Or when I say by Schwab, the Schwab has it now. But get you something that you can chart with. TradingView is a good charting service as well, but find something that you can chart with because that's going to be the key at first when it comes to stock trading. You've got to be able to read what you're looking at and breaking down, like Kevin always says, essentially the stock market's giving you information and just all up to you how you read it. And that's going to be the key. So find you something you can chart with, a broker, Trade the Pool, start charting. That's the first thing and the key. Secondly, once you start taking trades, make sure you're journaling yourself, whether it's TradeZella and you're using a paid service or you're just tracking and journaling yourself by writing it down and doing your own due diligence. What was your stop loss? What was your target? Why did you take that trade? How many shares are you taking in each trade? You got to evaluate that. You got to evaluate what you're trading. What's the setup? Are you just jumping in randomly? Like Kevin says, random trades equals random results. And that's why we always talk about doing the same thing over and over and over and over. Where I realized at first after I journaled, I was a good bounce trader and that's it. Everything else I was pretty terrible at, but I was about a 50%, 60% trader when it came to bounce plays. Everything else was about 20%. I'm like, well, I can work with that. And so I just bounce traded my way to, my first few years.
Absolutely. And Trade the Pool is go Trade the Pool. I'm not just saying that because, we're here with them, but Trade the Pool, you see your stats. It's the one thing you're looking at a mirror, looking at your stats every day. And so we're kind of delusional, degenerates as traders, right? We just don't want to face the adversity that is ourselves where we do the most damage to ourselves. So you can see your risk reward. You see if you're not holding long enough, your winners, if you're letting losers get out of hand, all the stats you can see through Trade the Pool. So that's great. But Heidi, trading, the experience is going to ultimately be your best teacher. Every trader has got to develop their own trader psychology, and that comes via experience through the market yourself and through mentors. So you're in the right place here where we have years of experience, and there's a group of great traders in chat who can assist you along the way. So yeah, I agree with everything you said, Josh. Completely agree. And Core is one of your one-on-one students. Yeah, if you do want to call in about that story, you certainly can, and we can discuss it. But that's not a uncommon situation where people have emotional things going on outside of trading. It's actually a very common story where, including myself too, where things are going on outside of trading in our lives that influence our trading in a negative way. And yeah, it's a story that's recycled many times over. So we really you have at those points you learn to just cut the computer off. Like, I'm not there mentally to trade because our psychology breaks us. Really, but you have to be so mentally strong when trading. Every day, step up in here and say, "This is my risk. I'm sticking to it. I'm adhering to the plan, and I'm not adjusting it. I'm not adjusting it mid trade." And we don't see risk the same, when tragedies are happening in our life. But yeah, you can certainly call in and discuss that if you'd like to. We'll get that going in about 25 minutes.
And that's another thing too, back to that, and to think about that, pitching myself. But hey, I do one-on-ones, Heidi, so that's another thing I do. I've been doing one-on-ones since 2021, so I've gotten much more refined in how I do those one-on-ones. It's like going to school. I just try to think about what I would need as a trader early on, and then I dive into your brain and try to see where you're at, and then help you from there. So yeah, I do one-on-ones with traders. I've literally worked with traders in 6 different continents. I've worked Africa, crazy, right? Australia, Asia, every continent, but Antarctica. I've worked with traders. So you name it, I've worked with people across the globe, and I love doing that. It's so cool to, like recently working with people in Ireland and Scotland, and it's just crazy to hear the accents, and they're in a different time zone, and it's cool. So yeah, if you ever need any help, reach out to me.
That's what we do. We love doing it. Love helping out traders. I just want to see traders get on the right trajectory, and I really believe Trade the Pools where traders need to go to get. I mean, what's the saying, Josh? The stock market makes rich people poor and poor people rich, and there's truth to that. And why is that a saying? Well, it's because people who they want to learn how to trade. Are you starting from a place of a lot of money or no money? If you have no money, I mean, all you have is you don't have money to lose, so you learn. But everybody has to go through drawdowns. It's pretty much your best teacher. They're the drawdowns. So draw down on the evals, right? People just don't learn from winners. You break rules, and then if let's say you're results oriented means, oh, I made money on this trade, so it must have been a good trade. But that's wrong. Just because you made money, that doesn't mean that was a good trade. You could have broken rules. You could have just had no risk or adjusted at mid-trade. And then if you didn't lose the money, then you're going to lose the money the next time. And we've learned this, Josh, haven't we, the hard way, all these things.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. So, and that's why we teach and preach what we do now. So, you don't go through. It's like, that's kind of like, hey, the reason we're saying, so you don't do what we did, because we've already done it, so trying to save you from doing that stuff.
Yeah. I saw a trader on X. I mean, he blew up like the last few days, $20,000, lost it all. And it's like saying he's going to the doctor, get on depression meds. This is awful. And I was like, dude, please message me. Like that you don't have to go through this. First, you don't have to trade your own capital. And the thing is, it's like these are good. These could be good. They are good traders. A lot of times they are. I've heard of people blowing up accounts often that have a very good track record, but they let one trade mess them up. Much like Core was saying right there. It's like the time's not right. Things are going on in life. I shouldn't be trading. I don't see risk right now. And then a good trader, you'd let one trade, marry it, and then you lose all your progress. So I say you're always making it. You never make it, as the gurus like to say. They say, oh, you're one trade away till the finish line. You're always making it. You never make it. You always have got to. I mean, that new traders get into this, and they think, like, once I get 3 years in, I'm just like, I don't even have to think anymore, essentially. No, you always have to apply risk. You always have to think this is a journey where I have to make it. I'm not there's never a finish line to it. There's not that light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, it's a train, if anything.
I say in the way I word it, as soon as you get to because it's multiple, and I word it that way to where it's like almost like a Groundhog's Day or a scary movie where you think you're getting to the end of the tunnel, and you get there, and as soon as you get to the end of the tunnel, it's a new tunnel, and you're like, what the? And you look back, and now you're at the beginning of a new tunnel, and you're like, I thought I just was, and what is going on? Okay, and then you get going. Okay, I'm about to get to the end of this tunnel, and you're like, God, I got it. What the is going on? I'm at another tunnel again. And just what's going, But that's it, and that's what it feels like to me. But that's it, and to me, that's why this has to be a marathon. This is a race. This is a marathon. If you want to be doing this like any job or profession that you want to do for 30, 40, 50 years, if you ever run into that, which most people don't, that's why they want to come to this, because they don't like their 9 to 5 or the job they've had in the past. Well, that's where this comes in, but it's a marathon. You got to understand that.
The reason, so our equity curves, there's a reason that Josh and I see progression is because we know what the good trades are. I mean, we've been doing this for collectively 15, 20 years or so. I mean, we know what the good setups are, but you still have to say, you still have to think with clarity in the face of adversity, which is the market, because sometimes it's highly unpredictable. You'll get ticker QMMM goes from $8 to $300, and so you know the edge, you know the setup, but you can never marry it. Paula pointed out CDLX heavy under VWAP right now. I like it. I think it's a decent setup. It's heavy right now. It's approaching lunchtime, and it's been heavy and fading. Right now, I'm just working a couple, the ATCH and LASE. That's probably what I'm going to stick with, until we start the call-in show. CDLX isn't bad, though. It's not a bad setup there.
That's my literally the same exact verbiage, but just different ticker. I said him sticking with the chat. I'm just sticking with Hims and calling it a day at this point. Nice, good move on Hims. They're good profit on the way up there. Not a lot, went smaller, had to because it costs a little bit more, but still nice, good move there on the way up for Hims. And calling it a day. But Delcor, definitely, like I said, he's been around. That's another one, G Delcor. He's been around for a while too. So definitely. Like you said, I don't have good sleep some nights. This is back before I was streaming live every day and do heavy one-on-ones. But I started realizing that, say, 2020, 2021, even into 2022, before I got super busy. If I wasn't, I didn't have a lot of good sleep for whatever reason. You even wake up at 3 or 4 and you're not feeling good or whatever, right? Or you just can't go to sleep or whatever it is. And so by the time 6, 7 o'clock rolls around, you're like, you're just my brain. You're like this, you're just like, oh my God. Or some of those days you're finally feeling better, or finally your body's letting you go back to sleep. And you're like, now I can just sleep. Don't go say I'm missing something. Don't do that, because even me on no sleep, you're not going to trade nearly as well. So your brain mentally, and especially if you're going through something like that, I've done this in the past, of course. Luckily, haven't had a family member pass in a while. Thank the good Lord. But unfortunately, have a lot of animals, and we've had animals pass, over the past year plus. The most recent one being Groot, a Great Dane of mine, and a lot of people know the Groot story. If you know me, you probably know about my son Groot. He was a Great Dane. Unfortunately, got osteosarcoma, which is bone cancer. Anyone can get that. You can get that. I can get it. I didn't really realize that until, of course, you have dogs and they can get things we can get. Well, luckily, I caught it soon enough, which is really crazy because usually you don't. But luckily, I did, and he had to have a limb removed. But now I have a 3-legged Great Dane, so imagine that, Kevin. It was a 9-month process until cancer came back, but cancer did come back as they said it would, and it was horrible. But I didn't trade for 2 weeks when it came back, and he was paid. He finally, he had to pay. He passed. That was in May. I didn't trade for like 2 weeks. I just wasn't. I was so tired from it helping because I was helping him out. Plus, of course, like you had to deal with any human that's ever passing, or maybe even a dog when they have cancer and they're passing. It's not pretty. It sucks. And you were burning a lot of your own energy helping that human or dog, especially when it's a Great Dane that weighs 150 pounds. That was like a human, So I was mentally drained. I was physically drained. I'm not trading. I knew it wasn't going to equal good results, and I missed some spikes. But do you think I cared? No, because guess what? Because last week we saw the biggest spikes of the year, and I don't regret anything about May. I'm glad I spent all the time with them and took time to sleep. Because guess what? I got QMs. I got CWD last week. I got Octo or Orbs. So
you're not thinking with clarity. The judgment's going to be clouded. You're going to make poor decision making ultimately. So it's great to recognize that and just step back.
Yep, and I almost said Octo because back to last week, but Bree halted up. Here it is again. I just have this with that 300 million private placement with the Solana, and then dealing with that treasury. I do feel that this play is going to start, and continue, in my opinion. And a play that I've been talking about. No charting here once we start getting back. So you see some failing areas, but when we're not failing at these, and you're having to go further and then further and further back in time, and you're not really running into a lot of areas until up here. That's why I feel like this play probably gravitates. I don't think we see that 35 to 50 kind of play that we were seeing last week, but I do see this play, and that's like Kevin talked about. The market makers they're not letting it run, unfortunately. I mean, it's a halt every freaking candle essentially, but I do still feel that Bria does continue to run today. Hims absolutely loving this trade. Hopefully some other traders took it as well. Gorgeous long so far, continuing in this uptrend. Like I said, I'm just sticking with this for the rest of the day in my Hims trade. Only in 50 shares, but still nice money. Nice money, making money on 50 shares.
Yeah, just leftover position, let it work. Yeah. I'm going to flip through a few tickers real quick on my end. LASE, this one, it's been put in so many wicks against VWAP, so I'm just letting it pretty much work against that. It's just a small play there for me. ATCH, I'm going to let that one fade all day. That was the main idea there. It's up a ton. So I'm just kicking back with that. And then LAWR was interesting. It hit the magic 20 cent straight up to 320. That's where all the volume was, LAWR, and very slow right now. But I could see this one fading still against VWAP 2. Keep your eyes peeled there if you're interested in a short against that VWAP, because it's looking a little heavy right now. And outside of that, I like to review some of the plays. Just review some of the plays earlier, like APVO. Josh was all over that. and that one's been fading. Cracked under 220. It's been heavy. Kind
Yeah,
of,
I hate
yeah.
I hate doing that though. I love doing it, but I hate
I
doing
love
it.
doing it. I hate doing
Yeah,
it too. I hate
yeah,
being that guy that's always like, oh, I wish, every day is like that. Oh, shoulda,
yeah,
woulda, coulda. Every day there's one or two tickers that you should have taken that we didn't take.
yeah.
It's just the nature of trading. You gotta, you gotta get comfortable being aggravated.
Yes, exactly, 100%. Because then, like I said, you get your hymns. I'm still looking at hymns going a new high of day, and I'm like, yeah, keep but it's going back through and having that battle of man, no, oh, and then look at I can't believe it's down even more. Like looking, I haven't looked at APView. I kind of took it off my radar till you pulled it back up, and yeah, then you go, I knew it. Oh gosh, I'll get another one of you. May not be you, but there'll be another one like you that I do get.
But that gets embedded in our trader psychology that we discussed earlier. So now we have felt that pain, which I just got taken out on Lays. So that one's back up towards VWAP. I was small there. Just take that one off. I'm just going to work ATCH at the moment. Yeah, it's embedded. Like I like to look because now, the gut is the combined experience over time. It's something you can't explain because it's just a combined experience where you look at a chart and you're like, that's a good long or short. And it's the gut telling you that, but that's the trader. That's the experience over time that creates that gut. And so looking back, even though it's painful, is always helps influence and create that. But yeah, let us know in chat what you guys are looking at right now. Bria's opened up. Let's see what BREA is going to do, and then get your stories ready.
Yeah,
Story time with AK and KA.
1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4.
Yeah.
But no, it's funny. I've gotten that asked a lot over the years. Like, man, how did you see that coming? Or blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, it's just that trader intuition. But that's like it's just built in over time. If you looking at the charts and looking, and it's that screen time over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and then that builds that gut, so to speak. Builds that gut, not the beer, the yeast and the crackers and the chips, and
Builds that little stain, a little beer stain right there. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely right. BREA, what are the thoughts here?
I'm gonna leave it alone. I think it's
sky's the limit.
Yeah,
it's just a tough. You're not buying. I mean, so your predictable setup on it was like the second, buying into that second halt, but at this point, you're just kicking back.
Yeah, yep, 100%. Which I would be finding up on that again. It'd be a nice, good trade there, and I had a feeling it was going to continue up. Again, that's where you go in because it wasn't that. And I knew it didn't have that feeling again because why? It didn't spike up in pre-market or an opening bell. It just randomly halted up at 8:30 or my 8:30. My time at the opening bell, and then halted for so long. So it's not got the same momentum as the QMs or Octo Orbs or it doesn't have that same feel. And so to me, that's why I did go smaller, but. This is still just generally showing you once you get in kind of like CR traders talking about with that volume, and you can see where we're at. It's right here. Everything over 1850, 1875 is just nothing but a bunch of buying. And so you just take that long and
sideways. It's literally been sideways right here. There is resistance past our history here, but it's just sideways grinding right here.
Leave it alone though, 100%. The main thing I say, leave it alone unless it's a straight up mover. Look at the spread on this play. The spread on this play is nasty. Big, huge. It's hard to get in and out of it. It's just not worth your time. Like you said, it's definitely a popcorn type of play, in my opinion. 100% popcorn play. Oh, and by the way, love the feedback I get all the time. The people loving the show. My mom's watching this one. She watches most of them. She said she loves you. She says you remind her of Patton Oswalt. She loves Patton Oswalt, and she said you even sound kind of like Patton Oswalt.
Okay, I'll take that as a compliment. I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I love Patton Oswalt. Yeah, I mean, from Ratatouille to he was in the Blade 3 back in the day before he got really big. But yeah, I like Patton. He's been around. He's been in a lot of stuff for sure.
I look like him.
Do you look like him?
Oh, I'm showing you. Yeah, Patton Oswalt right there. Oh, yeah.
Kind of, sort of. Yeah, it could be his brother or son a little bit. You do sound like him when I close my eyes. Got to close my eyes.
Close your eyes.
But no, I thought that was cute. I was like, I
appreciate that.
Thank you,
Mom. Thank you, Mom. Appreciate that.
Mom. She's a big supporter of me. So yeah, I'm her only baby boy. So she loves her child, and I love my mom for sure. So she was chiming in, sends me texts after the shows, and that was actually during the show. So I was like, oh, we got a little feedback during the show. All right, Mom. Any last questions? That was the other thing too. Besides getting your stories ready, you know, any stocks, any questions you guys have before we wind down for the day? Of course,
It would be funny if your mom called the show. Like, I got this. Our first caller.
oh, hey, she got some stories. Let me tell you right now, she's got
You
some.
been trading? You been trading, Mom?
Yeah,
Right.
this is 100%. No, she's not trading stories, but she's got some background stories on me for sure. That I you know, again, I luckily.
All right. We're going to add you to the scene here.
Yeah, I got the dogs. Oh, this will be nice. Yeah, we'll interview one of my dogs. I bet you guys got some stories, don't you? But yeah, any stocks you guys want to break down? I always love doing it toward the end of the segment here in the show for the day. If you have any stocks you want us to break down, let us know. Stop loss for me, I am only in 50 shares for him. Beautiful move, though. Again, earlier guided on this small little micro pullback right at 53 area, and then for the move up for $1. So 50 shares still at $50, which is pretty cool. But stop loss for me is going to be right here at this 53.75 mark. If it cracks back below that, that's I'm stopping myself out. So we'll give it some room to run. Bria, if you're in this or looking to take it, if you did get in small, like I was trying to earlier, the 10, I just wasn't wanting to go 10 shares. 28.75 to 30 would be your target. So if you are looking to go long or have taken a long, it's about to run into me, probably where we're about to see some resistance again and possible pullback. So that 28.75 to 30 would be where you want to take that into and call it from there, in my opinion. Got asked that over in the Discord too. Call in line. Oh, extension 802. Ooh, watch out now.
Yeah, we're getting extended in here, guys. All right. Yeah, so we're gonna leave it open to you traders. BREA is climbing to new highs right now, guys. Gotta be disciplined, man. You gotta be disciplined. I know there's shorts that are getting crushed in this thing right now because, you know, based on the past chart history, this thing's very wicky, creates over convicted shorts, and now they're grinding on higher.
All right, CRWD. Yeah. Let's go. I'll take it out for Camel. I know it's Yasin. And then is it Yasin or Yasin? See, this is one thing I have because I was in radio and TV. And so then I do this. This is a bad thing I have, Kevin. And I'll sit there and I'll be like, and I'll like, is it this or is it that? Which way do you say it? It's in the channel right here now, in my opinion, Mr. Yasin. We're right around we'll go 492.70 resistance, 492.70 area. And then we got support right around 488. That 875 roll, I'm not kidding you. It exists all the way up and down the chart. So you have support there at 88.75. Under that, could see a bounce at 86.85, but then I don't think the VWAP has any hold today or any say in this ticker. So watch for a crack back down to the 482 mark. If we do get back above this resistance, watch for move through 495. But right now, we're just in this nice tight channel, bub. Good. I gotta be. Hey, that's the one thing I got pretty good at, because then I was actually worked for radio in a small town outside of Kansas City, Missouri. And so they had a lot of towns I've never heard of, but usually I'm pretty good at, like you see a city name is my point, a town name, could go this way or this way. There's some people say El Dorado, but some people say El Dorado. There's one place, a city in Arkansas that you kind of go back and forth. But anyway, and there was a couple of cities I guess just completely offended the person that lived in that town. And I was the morning show host. Oh, they would call in and roast me. Hey, I think I'm taking a phone call. Hey, welcome into the KCHI. What can I get for you there? However my intro was when I welcomed.
Kind of like Nevada kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I would end it like that. I wasn't butchering them by any means. It was just probably the other way you could say it. Oh, they'd call in. Hey, I thought it was going to be a nice phone call. And it'd be like, man, you completely you're saying it wrong. And I knew every time I was getting one of those phone calls because they were just rude right out of the gate. And that's all they wanted. Like, is that all you wanted, sir? And they're done. They're already hung up. It's like,
can I help you with anything else?
Yeah, exactly. It was good times. I love it. So, yeah. And so since
we'll get
I've been really hard on myself. Like I have to make sure I say everyone's name right because I don't want anyone to feel offended that I said it wrong.
Yeah, our first call is going to be like, "You guys just made me lose on this ticker." They're like, we don't tell you how to trade. We're just here for, we're not offering. We're not telling you how to trade. We're here to help you trade. We're getting a call right now.
Nice.
Already, first caller. Let's make sure this works. Just our first go round, by the way. So just bear with us. All right. Who is calling in? All right. Who's the first caller?
Maybe we had to they wanted to make sure the number worked.
Maybe they just wanted to make sure the number worked. All right. Who's calling in?
Kevin.
Yeah. Who's speaking?
This is Kevin. Yep, this is Giovanni. How you doing?
Hey, very good. Where are you from?
Colorado.
Colorado. Very cool. So did you catch the theme on the day? We're going to be discussing the biggest loss, what you learned from it, and what you can shed, for the other traders out there to help them avoid making those same mistakes. So tell us a little bit about you, how long you've been trading, and let's dive into it.
Yeah, maybe about 3.5 years.
Okay.
First of all, how you doing, Josh?
Doing good, man. How you go?
Which
trading,
which trader is this in the YouTube chat? Is this one of your one-on-ones? Oh, okay, gotcha. G. Delcourt, very cool. Okay, so you're going to share the story, about you went over. When you're emotionally wrecked, it's not a great time to be trading, and so talk a little bit about that.
Well, put it this way, my dad passed away. I thought I'd be okay trading. It was about a week and a half later. You're trading. I'm doing fine during the morning, but you start looking at pictures on the computer. I was in the trade, and then I was doing bad on the trade, and then emotionally wrecked. And once I'm in the red, I guess I wanted to feel the pain. I was okay with the pain, and as I was going more in the red, I kind of wanted to be in the red more. So as I kept on going in the red, I just stayed in it, and until a certain point, it just hurt too much, and then I got out.
So, talk about that a little bit. You wanted to feel the pain. Is it because you were numb, by the passing, and you just wanted to feel something?
Yeah, it was more like, because my dad passed away, it was like I needed to associate something. Like I was okay that I was feeling something more. My dad passed, so it was like I'm happy that I'm feeling pain. And I'll be honest with you, it was something like I don't regret right now that I went in the red. It was about a $2,200 loss. I look at that loss and I associate it with my dad. I almost feel like I'm happy. I associate that loss with my dad.
So because you would feel guilty, you think, to have a good green trade, after the passing of your dad, right? Correct. Okay.
Correct. So I almost wanted it to go more red. Afterwards, you kind of feel the regret that it went red, but in a way it was like bittersweet in a way. So I accepted the loss, but I would advise everybody, you don't even turn on the computer.
Yeah.
Because your emotions will go up and down. You don't know what to do at that point. And I didn't. At that point, I was like, I wanted to be red, but what am I doing? I got to think of my family. That was just a messed up emotional day. I was crying for my dad. I wanted to go red, and at the same time, I'm losing money.
So why didn't you step away? I'm just curious. Like, why did you? You probably knew like you shouldn't be trading, but you said you wanted to feel the pain, and this happened over the course of one day. So, I mean, what advice would you have for the traders? Just step away. Like, how long should you step away when tragedy strikes in your life?
Well, it's interesting because that morning I wasn't really thinking of my father. I think that day I felt like I was having a good day. It was just that while I was in the trade, I was kind of like looking at pictures on my computer. And then when it went red, it was like that instant moment that I was feeling the pain, and then I went red, and then it just took over.
Yeah.
So I guess what it is that I think when you're having a bad week, I guess when there's a passing in the family, you got to make sure you're good to go mentally to get back on, because it could be, because something like that, it could be a sound, a music or something like that just takes over, and then your emotions take over. So that's what happened to me. I mean, something similar, even like it happened again. It wasn't so much of a big loss, but Josh was talking about a passing of an animal. Recently it happened again to me, and it was a cat. It wasn't such a big loss, but it was my daughter that was bawling her eyes out in the bedroom. And because I felt so much pain for my daughter, I was upset for the day, and I wasn't emotionally in the right place. But it wasn't that big of a loss. But it was like similar. But the one with my father was the one that really took a hit on me. So
Yeah, your mind has got to be stronger than the emotions. I try to tell the traders that every day. When you step in, just like, where's your mind at? Because if it's clouded with anything in life going on, you're not going to assess risk the same way, and you're going to emotionally trade versus trading that risk, that embracing the risk that we always have to do. What are your thoughts, Josh?
Yeah, and well, first off, I'm like, yeah, now I noticed the voice. So I listened to you talking, Giovanni. I'm like, yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now. I noticed that voice. So yeah, we've done one-on-ones, and yeah, like I said, I mean, it happened to me back in May, and I noticed that now. I've noticed it forever ago. Of course, I've been doing this for so long. It would be small things, like I said, like the sleep, where I just was like, man, why did I try to trade today? I knew, and you would have that mindset of small things, like I said, like I'm sleepy. What am I? I don't know. It was just weird. Like I don't know. It's just you just kind of. I had that feeling if I knew I wasn't going to be prepared or do well, and then I didn't do well. I'm like, why did I trade? I even had that thought process when I arrived at my desk essentially to trade, and so I knew that a long time ago, that you have to, and this is all we do. You got to think about that. We're not doing anything physical here. This is 100%, in my opinion, or whatever numbers you want to say, but this is pretty much 100% mental. So if you're not mentally prepared there every single day, it can be bad.
Yeah, our mind, like you have to create a state of mind that's unaffected by whatever the market does at all points in time. And so when things like that arise in life, and we feel affected mentally by it, it's not going to have great implications on the bottom line performance of the trading account. But yeah, G. Del Core, is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, also Josh was like even talking about even small things like you don't sleep good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Yep. I agree with that. Like sometimes I wake up late. Sometimes I see like a candlestick. If I rush the computer, turn it on, and I quickly jump on, I'm like, oh, I got to get this one in. But if I'm not paying attention, and I didn't see what was happening, you probably took a bad trade right there. So even like if you're not mentally prepared or weren't prepared and didn't have a good night's sleep, you probably already made a mistake right there.
Right. Now I have a question for that account where you took that large loss. Was that at what point did you say, you know what, enough's enough, let's liquidate, or did you get margin called, or was it or did you blow up? Can you shed some light on that?
It's a good thing is that I have I had good capital, so it wasn't that bad. I think it just got to the point where, I just said enough is enough. I mean, it just got to the point where the hurt got to be real.
Yeah.
I mean, the hurt I was feeling the pain from my father, but then it started, some common sense started kicking in. Where before I would have been like, what, hit my stop loss. Usually I would be out real quick. This one finally the common sense started kicking in, but
Well, it sounds like, just for me, and I feel like sometimes just doing how many one, like I said, I've talked about that a lot, working with a lot of people, still seems like you're a little affected by that. I mean, of course you have your dad passing. Is that the case? Yeah. Or are we still affected by it, huh? Is that the case, G. Del Core? Can you hear me too, by the way, Giovanni? I don't know, for whatever reason. I don't know why you can hear me.
Are you still on the line?
Yeah. Sorry,
have you been able to hear Mr. Josh?
Yeah, no, I have to.
Can you hear me, Jabal?
Yeah, that's the thing. So I have to like mute mine because for some reason I can't hear Josh's.
I don't. Maybe you can. I don't know. For whatever reason. I don't know why you can hear Corey. Are you still on the line?
Yeah, sorry.
You've been able to hear Mr. Josh.
Yeah, no, I have to.
Can you hear me, Jabal?
Yeah, that's the thing. So I have to like mute mine because. Yeah, no, hey, can you guys hear me? So.
Yeah, I can hear you, but there's some kind of weird delay echo there that's going on.
Kevin, Josh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we're good. There's a delay echo. This is our first go around here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're just working out some of the kinks in the background, but yeah. So if
So
you're able to hear
that's
Josh
the
and I,
problem. I can't hear Josh's mic.
you can't hear Josh's mic.
Yeah, so every time he speaks, I kind of have to mute mine, and so then there's no echo, and then I have to turn on my computer to try to hear his when he's speaking. That's the problem.
Okay, that's strange.
That is strange.
We'll work that one out. We'll work that one out.
Well, ask him since you can hear me, Kevin. Go ahead and ask him.
Yeah. So what Josh was asking is, even to this point, does that experience influence and affect your trading even today? Like, what's the progression been like for your trading?
Okay, yeah. So it's better now. So I'm a little bit more focused when it comes to if my emotion starts to take over, then I guess even right now, I think I got to the point where my share size is a lot better because at that time I realized, you know what, I went too heavy during that week. I shouldn't have been. My share size should have been a lot smaller. So even now, I've been progressing, maybe going back to the bigger share size. But emotionally, if you're having a bad emotional week, share size should be small until you're in a good place again.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Lower the share size. It's going to reduce the risk, or just don't trade. That's the right idea and right approach.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you're making good progress, and these days you're doing a whole lot better. Is the equity curve showing that?
Yeah, a little bit better. Like I feel like I'm still in a tuition stage, so I'm trying different things, different platforms. So just getting a little bit better, trying different ways of either options or shorting or going long or 5 minute, 10 minute, trying to do swings, doing that way. So different ways, but doing a little bit better. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. Yeah, I was just messing with my mic to see if you could maybe hear me possibly.
Yeah.
But no, it was I could just tell it still is definitely messing with and that's the thing about the mental side when it comes to the stock trading stuff, how long do things, not only what you go through mentally right in life that you face your dad passing, and then now you take a bad trade. So that's that double whammy of two bad things that kind of they linger on in your trading for a while, and you got to address that, look at it. It's just like one of the things you don't want, like when my dog passed, like they pass, it's you don't want to think about it, but the more you think about it, the more you get over it, the more you get those tears out, and the more you face it, the better you get faster. Faster you'll get better essentially. And so face it head on. And the main thing too, which we just talked about, that share size. A lot of traders are always 1 month they're this, and now they're at this. Do the same exact share size for months and months on end. Try not to change that and keep it the same because it makes your trading a lot easier because there's not a thought process. Every single trade is the exact same size. So it makes that trading quicker, faster, and repetition the same.
Quicker, faster, stronger. I think there's a song about that.
Yes, right. Yeah. Brea, by the way, BREA still going.
I think I went I was at like a 200 shares on that one. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, G. Delcor, thank you for being the first caller, hitting that 15-minute mark, and we're going to get someone else on. But thank you. I appreciate that. Let us know in the comments what you guys think. Appreciate you, G. Delcor. And next call, let's get that one ready. Guys, go ahead and give us a call at the biggest loss and what you learned from it. Yeah. Biggest loss that you've experienced, what you've learned from it, and the line is open. So go ahead and call us in. Extension 802, AK and KA are ready.
That we
discuss. Yes.
And thank you. Yeah. Again, back to G. Delcor there being the first one. It takes a lot to to talk about something you went through. That's a big thing. So it takes a lot to understand that. So glad for him to call in and get that. So traders understand you're not the only one going through that. It's why I always say traders because you are by yourself trading, so you feel like it's individual and you're the only one going through what you're going through, and you're not. There are so many millions of other traders that have going through right now currently or have gone through what you went through.
Absolutely. Some of my biggest losses, Josh, came from. I mean, I would not necessarily tragedy, but my kids when they were born, I had like no sleep. I mean, I didn't sleep at all, and those first few years, I had no clarity of mind stepping into the office. I mean, it was hard, waking up all night with the children. So there could be similar stories like that out there. But the line's open, guys. We're going to be hanging out, chatting, Josh and I, until the next caller comes through. Call in for your chance to win the 25K eval. We're going to take a poll here in a little bit too and see what you guys think. So next caller, come on through.
Call in at 252-304-9944, extension 802.
Call JG Wentworth, 877 guess.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah.
That commercial's like ingrained, dude, in my mind.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers that.
I've always likened it to the newer traders that always come into that commercial because they say, "Where's my money? I need it now. Why am I not making money? I'm stock trading. I should be making money."
Yeah, and then they buy BREA at the top.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Exactly.
My story just before, come on, call in. Don't be scared. I'll tell you, my worst ever was actually when I first started trading. I jumped in on a third halt up. Just had no idea what I was doing. Jumped in on the third halt up, just wanting, which is really sad. It was a play halting up, which you don't see too often. It was a true penny stock. So it was halting up at 30 cents, 60. Anyways, halted up at like 90, 91 cents. I finally go, now I'm going to get in after I see it run however many, percent.
When it feels comfortable. Oh,
yeah,
the beginning of the end. Ooh.
Yeah, and then I tell myself, all you got to get is 10 cents. Just get, because I went in 3,000 shares, my full account size. And I'm like, just get 10 cents, $300. That's all it just, as soon as it hits $1, so I got in right before it halted.
Moments later.
Yeah, it gaps down.
I'll just take break even. I'll just take break even now.
It just get gapped down.
Oh.
Down.
So did you have any risk? You were thinking about money, right? No risk. You're like, I'm getting 10 cents out of this thing.
That's
there ain't
right,
no risk.
Yeah.
I'm scaling into this play, and then before you know it, you're looking at the company like, wait, okay, I'm a long-term investor now. Let me look at the financials here. What's this company about? You kind of that we're delusional sometimes, guys. When we get into trading, we're so delusional. We're like, we don't even know what we're trading until we're you're stuck in it, and then it's like, well, now that I'm deer in headlights, what's this company all about?
Yeah, I lost a third of my account too doing that.
Oh man,
a third of my account.
But there's a lesson there, right? It's like it started to feel comfortable for you because you were experiencing the FOMO, and oftentimes it's like the times where you feel comfortable are the worst times to take the trade, right? That's where the 90%ers are, and so we've learned that over the years. That was when I blew a small account too. I did the same thing. It was so painful. I mean, I saw a pattern that I recognized, and I thought, well, I see this pattern. It has to work out. It was an inverse head and shoulders. I'm like, this is gorgeous. A ticker that was probably up multiple hundreds of percent already. So I go over how these bullish patterns are often bearish when they're up multiple hundreds of percent. Well, I go all in. Dumb, absolutely dumb. You should never go. You should never go all in at all, guys, on any given ticker. Everything that Josh and I tell you guys, we've experienced the pain of it because we don't want you to experience the pain of it.
Go, full send it. Full send, go. Yeah, no, I did that. Yeah, full ported. Did that too much too early on. And not too much, but that's the way I traded like an idiot. Just all I cared about was trying to make the money and I didn't think about anything else. And that led to that loss and then created the beast that is right now. Because that's when right after that, I started tracking and journaling and tracking and going over everything I did, meticulously. And it led to where I got to right now was it was a little over $1,000 loss at a $3,000 account. And that was, because then I started yelling, I'm freaking out, trying to get out. At the time she was I think fiance, right? I think, fiance. Yeah, fiance at the time. We weren't married yet. And I'm yelling. Yeah, dogs are running out of the room because I'm yelling. I'm halfway mad and halfway crying. I don't know what emotion. She comes in. What happened? What happened? Thinking, I'm like, what do you
No.
mean? What do you think happened? I'm doing, well, you should know what happened, and I'm yelling at her now. Now we're fighting. And
Dude, like my wife's oftentimes like she should trade. She's a better trader than me sometimes. I'm like, this happened, because they hear our stories, for the last 10 years, and they're like, why did you do that? You know not to do that.
Yeah.
Why didn't you hold that winner? You know not to. They know what we go through. Like, babe, you press the buttons then.
yeah, right. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, KD, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, come on. Where's the callers at? Don't make me have some. I'm gonna have to start texting some traders. So you better call in.
I got a wait list too of some guys, so I'm gonna message them too. Let us know. I know some good stories out there. Don't be shy, because guys, you have an opportunity to get this drawing, $25,000 account eval. So go ahead and call in. What's the good old Bria doing right now? Oh,
Vaulted up, my man. Yeah,
in the 30s.
yeah. 38. I told you it was gonna keep going. I had just had a feel.
And now it feels comfortable for that long, doesn't it?
Oh God, yeah.
It's
No,
like,
that's what I was getting in the
now
20s.
bargain price here.
Yeah.
Only up 30 points. Yeah. Guys, and that's what trading will do. As you progress on your journey, you'll know what the emotions are telling you. I think most will agree with this. That it doesn't matter how long you've been doing. There's still emotions there. Some of the gurus like to say, "Yo, you don't have emotions anymore. You trade your A+ setup and it's gonna work out. It's so predictable." But no, the emotions are still there. You just know what the emotions are telling you. So I see Bria up, and you may experience that. You may experience that FOMO a little bit, but you know what not to do based on that. Or I tend to lean more like on the short side of things when euphoria is happening. But day one movers I'll avoid on Bria for now. It'll present a hangover here in a day or two, and then can fade it on back down a little bit.
All right, just message the group. We'll see if we get some phone calls. I say, come on now, you got some stories. Tell me the stories.
Yeah, it's and the thing with that blow up I had too was guys, everybody can recognize a pattern. Everybody can recognize a bull flag, inverse head and shoulders, bear flag, all of it. That's like the introduction into trading, right? It's like pattern recognition, but that's such a small part of it. You got to have the discipline to execute. You got to have the risk management to protect. You have to have the consistency to compound. So there's many different, there's a ton. There's not just, I have this pattern. And I will say that's what separates the best traders from the worst is they recognize that the unpredictable nature. They can think with clarity in the face of uncertainty. That is the market. They know their reaction to what the market's doing, regardless of what the market does. They're not even emotionally phased by it. It's like, I know what I'm going to do in the face of adversity.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why even with 10 shares, which would be fun, but man, it just shows you even with 10 shares would have made over $100 now on that Bria trade, getting in at that $22 mark, wherever I was trying to get in earlier. And that just shows you the power of how even small shares, how you can make easy money on these crazy movers right now. Because I just kind of was going back doing the math in my head. Like, oh, yeah, if I was still in that trade, I'd be up $150, $160 right now. Crazy.
Yeah.
Big moves. That's the thing. You have to be on the right side of the trade and know what to do. You got to know when to trade, know when to hold them, know when to fold them. But yeah, that was I had a feeling with that PR, which I was hoping we'd get those PRs a little bit more so last week. It kind of died out. Now we get one in a random spot today. But this is showing you the power of that private placement, 300 million into the Solana, into the Treasury stuff. And then you get your nice, slow and steady thank you, Money Mitch again, HIMS play that just now is up to 55 plus, baby. On the 50
Good work.
50 shares I have left, I'm up over $100 on those 50 shares.
I just messaged a trader who I highly respect. He's actually funded with Trade the Pool, but he had messaged him to see if he'll call. He had he did so well and had one nasty trade. So I'm hoping he'll call here because he's got a great story. BREA just opened up $45. Are we halting again? Halt fest.
I should have risked my own capital in 10 shares there. Jeez. Oh, man, nice. Good play. Now it would be up $270 from those 10 shares, but oh, well, it's all good. Or I'm not maybe doing math wrong, but yeah, it'd be up to 230. Anyway, nice move, though. Beautiful move. And yeah, I don't know if he can hear me now. Hopefully, maybe he can. But yeah, I know GDL Core, he messaged me on WhatsApp and said he couldn't hear me for whatever reason. So we'll have to get that figured out. May have to go to the headset on myself. I don't usually wear a headset because I've run everything, through and when I'm going live, so I don't really have to worry about that. But that may be something that we have to do for the call-in show so they can hear me. I don't know if that had something to do with it or not.
Yeah, we tested it this morning and it was working. So I don't know. It could be the headset.
Yeah, it could be that. I could have to change over to that when we do the call-in show. But yeah, GDL core, sorry you couldn't hear me, but I could tell it definitely, still affects a little bit there. You can tell whether there's the way you're talking about it. So just take it slow. Things, sometimes it takes a little while to mend the way your brain thinks and feels about certain things. So, but good story, very good story. And that's going to happen like we talked about.
Yeah, while we're waiting for the next caller to come through, I mean, what's the biggest, dude, I have so many stories on this, man, but yeah, it's, as far as like the biggest loss you've witnessed, Josh, biggest loss you've witnessed, not your own personal, but it's the biggest loss you've witnessed. And there's some big ones out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've seen some big ones.
Yeah.
And then I've heard about big ones. Of course, working with traders, there's some I've worked with, which was nuts. They've told me they've lost, $200,000-$300,000 trying to trade over the years. There was one guy I worked with in Florida, and you can tell he had money and he was very successful in what he did. And yeah, this is before I always wanted an X5M. That's my dream SUV. Dream BMW was an X5M. All the other ones, but that for SUV wise. So point being, he had one, and this was back in 2022. And he said, if you can get me successful, I will give you my X. He'll give me his. I'll get it. Whatever he said.
We got a caller.
That he lost over $200,000-$300,000 trading.
All right, we'll see if it.
Gotta love the ringtone.
Well, I'm pressing accept. Try again. The accept button wasn't going through. The decline button went through.
that went through. Try again.
Oh, like accept. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and call again.
Oh, you
Maybe
don't.
I'll give you a call.
You're like, yeah, decline that one. Call in again though. Yeah, that's what they're sitting there trying to like get in. They're like, why? Answer. What's going on?
It's many hundreds of thousands of dollars, and trade the pull. You don't need to do that anymore these days, right? No. Trade somebody else's capital. That's what we're.
That's the first one. Hey, we're gonna have a little technical difficulties. We'll get this down. The more we do these for sure. And then I know what's definitely one thing. I know we talked about this for a while in the little meetings that we've had, but this is great. I love the interview, this talking to traders and taking phone calls, because it's not gonna, it's doing so much for other traders. It's going to help out, of course, the trader that's calling in, just to kind of go over it again and talk about it and get things off his chest, shoulder, whatever. But then other traders are going to start feeling and understanding like, oh, okay, I went through that same thing, or oh, mine was pretty similar.
Hey, is this?
Sorry, you have exceeded the maximum allowed number of concurrent calls. Please hang up at least one other call and
Still there?
Yep.
Okay, all
you guys have phone problems.
All the button smashing I did finally just came through. Oh, Mr. David calling in. How are you, and where are you from?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Okay, very cool. And how long you been trading?
Oh, about a month. A little over a month. I suck at this.
No, everybody sucks their first month of trading. Appreciate you calling. This is fun. 1 month in. Wow. What's good about that, David, is you're a sponge. So this is a lot of traders get started and they learn the wrong lessons, and those habits, they just form and then they're hard to break. With any sport, if you learn the wrong golf swing or basketball shot or football, you learn the wrong way of doing it initially. It's going to have negative impacts on your future. So this is great. We can start fresh 1 month in. So what's your experience been like? Have you the last month?
I'm on a roller coaster, right? So I have a Think and Swim account, and I just signed up on the Trade the Pool.
A fun
Trying to
roller
work
coaster?
that out too.
Is this a fun roller coaster?
Hey, man, I'll tell you, it is fun. It is fun. Yep.
They say the only ones that get hurt, on a roller coaster are those who jump off. So stay on. It's going to be a fun ride. Yeah.
Monday and Tuesday this week have been bad days for me, and it seems like since then every stock I jump into is a loser. Now they lose small because I stop out. When I stop out, that is.
Well, there's one way of solving that, and that's flipping your computer upside down or pressing the other button. And then your red trades will, that's what they used to tell me. I'm like, every trade I take's red. Well, press the other button. So are you more long in or short? What's the strategy?
Long. I'm not even playing with shorts yet.
Okay. And what's the strategy? Tell us a little bit about your edge. You probably don't have it yet because you're trying to discover that. But what are you focused on right now?
Right. I'm looking at
small cap, large
caps.
Okay. Just leading gappers.
With momentum.
Yeah.
I created a couple of scanners. I'm looking for some better advice on that. How to find sooner. Seems like by the time I get into them, they're at the high already, and I jump in anyway. But
this story, man. The reason I'm smiling is because Josh and I were you. We were exactly you. 10 years ago. This is great. So we can tell you exactly pretty much, give you the blueprint. Everybody's got to build their own house in trading. You're going to discover through your own trading psychology, your edge and all. But but over time, that trading psychology is going to be the experience that you develop and those who you learn from. So right now you're looking at, like many people who start out, you're looking at leading gappers and you're looking at longs, and you're probably buying at the top and selling at the bottom. Am I right?
Most of the time. Well, actually, I don't sell always at the bottom. I'm pretty good at stopping out pretty quickly.
So no deer in headlight moment.
But there's been a couple big losers.
Okay. Yeah,
Josh. What got you into trading? I think it's a thing. Same again. I don't know if they can hear me, so we may have to go to headset. So now I
cannot hear Josh if he's talking.
Yeah, he was. So we'll have to go to headset.
Cool. Ask him that. Tell him what. We'll ask him why to get into trading.
So Josh is asking what got you into trading to begin with.
I just retired. I just tapped out of regular work. I don't want to go back to any kind of work. I'm looking at all my money sitting in my IRA account, and I'm like, I want to do something with it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is. But you remember the saying I just said? Stock market makes poor people rich, rich people poor. Just make sure you don't. I would highly suggest, if you don't have the eval, to jump on that, because putting your own capital at risk when you're starting to learn how to trade is going to be something you probably want to avoid. I would learn with the evals.
I just switched over to that. Like I said, I watched some guy on the YouTube. He started at $500, so I funded an account at $500 and started growing that.
Oh, okay.
It's gone up a little bit. I'm on the positive side, but I want to get better. I need to get better. I don't know what to look at, where to look, how to find these stocks.
Yeah.
Like BREA. How do you know BREA is even coming?
Yeah, well, first you got to get the scanner right. So you see these tickers pop up, and then you take a look at the news, and you see, well, this is hot. This is a hot sector right now. They're in that Bitcoin sector, Solana. They're investing in that sector, and so then you see all the volume. There's a lot of things, David, that you're going to learn over the years, and you're in the right place. But the theme of today, though, is let's talk about the biggest loss you had and how you can learn from it. So, what's been the biggest loss for you so far?
I'm gonna pull up so I see what it is. Biggest loss was just Monday, I think it was.
Money
and
Monday.
It was, I was just holding on to it. I knew I should have dropped it. I'm like, no, I know better. I know better. Everything looked like it was supposed to look, and here it is, right there. I found it. Yeah, and it just kept sinking, and I just held on to it.
What was it? What was the ticker? I don't think you can still hear me.
What was the ticker?
Oh, you get that back over here. Where's it? Right. APVO.
APVO, that rings a bell. I think that was in play today, actually.
Yeah, that was the one I was wanting to
Yeah, it was in play again. Yep.
Yeah, that
I
was in
still have
play.
it on my watch list.
Yeah, so I mean, there's as a newer trader, you're probably focused on profits rather than risk, which is how most traders start. So this is a seesaw in our brain, right? You gotta lean more risk than profits, and when you do that, it's gonna have better implications on your equity curve, on that bottom line performance. And so a lot of traders find success, David, in doing what you're doing, which is find some of these hot small cap plays and ride some of the momentum. There's many different ways of how to make money in trading, but you just have to stick to that edge, don't overtrade, and really adhere to that risk, and don't adjust the risk parameters mid-trade. So often, if you haven't done it yet, this is the biggest thing I'll share with you, as you start your journey here. Just try to avoid, essentially that is the deer in headlights moment. Oh no, I'm stuck in this play, and holding and hoping. So many traders, hold and hope. So we want to avoid that. Know your risk, predefine it, and stick with it. You don't want to adjust those mid-trade.
And tell him, scanner-wise, he's got to find those top.
I see one of the other things that happened on that trade. I double tapped by accident. I tapped the mouse to get in, and I hit it twice. So I got it 2 times on that one. That's probably why it's my biggest loss. And then, of course, it looks like about halfway down, I'm losing. I'm down 60 cents, and I add to it, and then it goes down even more until it goes down to 80 cents down. That's when I finally got out.
Yeah, and that's holding and hoping right there. There's some scanners. There's some that Trade the Pool's partnered with. Of course, you got the Trade Ideas. There's some free options. Momo Screener. We know a ton of them out there. I mean, some platforms like Webull and Thinkorswim have scanners as well. Josh, I'm about to message you for your number. I think I can add you to this Zoom, but we got to prevent an echo, right? Let me see if I can add you to this call. So if you can message me your number.
Yeah, good, yeah. I'll do that over here.
That may solve this problem. Yeah, on WhatsApp, if you can just message me and I can add you to it.
Yeah.
We'll see if that works. Yeah, thank you, David, for bearing with us. This is the first time. We're going to smooth it out, and this is going to be a call-in show. We're going to do this weekly because this is very beneficial to traders. It's very beneficial to traders.
And for traders that can hear me out there. Oh, I feel like it's like old school. Here we go. Here's the number type.
That's what I need. More experience.
Is it coming through?
Yep.
We'll just have to prevent an echo because you might be coming through multiple.
Boom. Good to go.
Boom. Good to go.
Now we're good. We're rocking.
Now we're good. We're rocking. We're cooking.
We're cooking. You can hear him, David?
I'm here.
I'm here. I added you to the call, but David's still on hold.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh, okay. Cool.
pop back on this real quickly. Yeah, for traders in chat that can't hear me on the YouTube stream, like Skip AC2000. Yeah, I use trade ideas. We good? Are we on it?
Not yet. Give me a second.
You're good. So yeah, I use the trade ideas that one I just put out in chat. It's I think it's the Stock Rocks or something like that is the name of the page on YouTube. But yeah, I just go to the top gainers every day. So all I do is I just go to the top gainers every single day. And find what's up. I usually don't like trying to chase news. Let's pop it up. It's coming up out of nowhere. I wait for plays to actually build a chart, typically before I trade them. There are some plays that don't have a chart that I go and trade, but yeah, I like to, so to speak, let plays come to me. I don't want to chase after plays or do that. Well, I gotta get in now. Okay, this news just came out. I don't want to do that. There's too much chaos to me in that trading. For me anyway, I like to sit back, wait for traders to come to me. So I just go to top gainer board. Just find what's the top gainers on the day. Float through all their, kind of roll through all of them, pull the chart up. Is it tradable? Is there a trade for me, like my trading style? And if there is, then I trade it. If there's not, then I just move on to the next ticker. Still working on it, Kevin.
David, can you hear us? Try to merge the calls.
But yeah, adding you back. Any questions you guys have? Anything else? Of course, we're trying to work on this call-in show. We're trying to do. I know the first time I think was this morning they did a little test run, and then now we're doing the real live event. But we will get this down for sure. Helping trade is out, which is the key. Let's try it again here.
Well, I press add to call, and it's not merging them though. All right. We'll play with it. All right, Mr. David. You there?
David says, thanks for the info. I hear you on the YouTube, not the phone. All right. Well, darn it. We're going to get this down.
We'll get it down. We'll get it down. Yeah, David, 1 month in, right? And thanks for calling in. Not a lot to go over, and as far as just the history of the trading.
Let's hope you don't have one of those big losses ever where you're like, yeah, I got to call.
I always thought
I got to call back.
Yeah, we'll get people recalling. Yeah, Josh, I always thought that too when I was starting out. Like, man, I'm never gonna take this blow up. I'm never gonna take this bad loss. And here it comes. You always think you're one step ahead of the game until you're not.
Yeah,
and then it just ends up being awful.
But David. I was like, use that info that you got to find. I know you're trying to find, and you don't feel like, and you're going to be that way at first. That is it. You're going to be like, I'm always late. Well, if you ever feel that, don't take the trade. If you feel like you're a little late to the party, don't take the trade. You got to talk yourself out of those certain setups or trades when they come. And getting there early is just that. There's different free ways to find the top gainers on the day. And the biggest thing to me for you new traders, and like I said, working with a lot of newer traders and working with some that have been doing it for 2 years and still struggling, is they have to form a plan. And look, like Kevin said, you're kind of a newbie, so you're going to soak all this in. So let's not build bad habits. Let's create the good ones, because what these early footsteps that you're taking really become big ingraining moments to your trading journey and can build bad habits if you let it happen. So make sure you're doing exactly what we've been talking about, which is not a lot of trades. Not a ton at first. We want to sit back and kind of soak stuff in. We want to be journaling what trades we do take. It's not let's take 30, 40 trades in a day, because you're not going to be able to go over all that and really soak in what you're doing. 5 trades, 10 trades a day will be able to do that, and then not going big, even on your real account or the trade to pull account. So you don't want to nuke.
Yeah, dude. First. When I first went off offshore, when we were under PDT years ago, I thought more trading equals more success. I'm like, the sky's the limit now. Can do as much damage as I want to. But no, you need restrictions. Trade the pool has really good restrictions, by the way, like the max on this 25K max, like having a 250 drawdown max that I can lose on a day. When I'm averaging bigger days than that, it's great. It's excellent because it prevents you from going tilt mode, so you don't have to call in and share a story about losing thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, right? Absolutely. But yeah, guys, this has been pretty good. If there's one more caller that wants to come through, I know we're fixing Josh's mic. We're going to do that here in just a bit as well. If somebody's calling in and they hear them on YouTube, somebody in the YouTube chat that can listen in to Josh via YouTube but also call in, we'll take one more brief call going over the biggest loss, and then we'll wrap it up from there and figure out some of these kinks and keep it moving for the next week. And let us know if you like this as well. We're also going to pick a winner. We're going to take a vote, do a poll in the chat to see who you guys want to see, who the chat wants to see with the next eval. I certainly want to see everybody with evals. Get the evals.
You got about 150 across the board there from YouTube. You got a lot there on X watching. So I know there's some stories out there. Some traders probably just don't want to share them. Hey, it's okay. You can make up a story if you want to. But no, it's one of those things. We all are going to have these most likely in the end. So back to you, David, try your best not to have one of these stories and do your due diligence to become a good trader and be sound in what you're doing. Again, I wasn't. When I took my big loss early on, I just had no idea what I was even doing. It's just like Kevin asked earlier, I had no plan risk. All I had was plan profit. Let's go long. And and
diamond hands to the moon, baby. Get your space boots on.
Let's not do it.
No. Yeah, with the GME and what was the other one? That AMC. How are they doing these days?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well. Let's go down to the van by the river and let's go find a couple of them.
No, absolutely.
Chris Farley. Hey, this is actually finally about to halt down. I was like, this is the longest that Bria's ran almost in a while. They finally had a few candles, but now we're finally about to halt down. And I think that 52.95 might end up being that high of day. But yet again, there's another one that we talked about, Kevin. I know you asked me kind of the strategy. I had said it wasn't going to happen. It actually did. Skip from 35 right to 50, just like I love that 35 to 50 rule. It actually came to fruition again today on Bria. I would not have known how to trade that early on, and I would have lost a lot of money right there. But now I know how to trade these plays.
Yeah, and you remember, guys, leaving leftovers. You remember what we were discussing earlier too? Like when you were looking at it at $20, like leave 5 shares on it. Yes. Leftovers. It moved another 25 shares. What's 5 times 25? I mean, over $100. Over $100. You're patting the wallet.
Yep. No, love it. That's exactly why. That's why. And that was that's why that was my thought process for this trade. And there you go. It was beautiful. It worked out exactly like I wanted it to. Kind of that movement from last week helped us play out big time, obviously, with that PR. And so I know back to, even asking about that, David, PRs aren't always the biggest thing that are going to be driving tickers and stocks, but there are segments and times and eras of these little trends, like right now that we're in, that are and do. And so you've got to notice them right away. I was actually on Brea, my live stream. We've been on this from the get-go. And if you watch, rewind the stream, as soon as you saw my first time that I showed my screen here, I had Brea on this middle bottom right here, the middle bottom chart, just waiting for it to go live because we caught it early on. I wasn't in it, but I did see the PR and what the PR was, and it was halted up. So we were just sitting here waiting. My Discord's nonstop talking about it, but we were on it from the get-go. So that's another thing too. I know Kevin talks about. I really don't enough, but one thing in your early trading career that you got to have a good mentor. You got to have someone, like I always say to my traders, I'm the cowboy, you're my horses, and I'm going to lead you to the water. It's up to you to drink it, but I'm going to take you right to the oasis and where the water's at for my horses. And so that's where if you have a good mentor, then you are already in the spot you need to be in every day. You don't have to go find them yourself. I think that's something you do down the line when you become an own independent trader. But early on, it's definitely very nice to have a mentor to put you in the right spot already.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. You'll gather, just how do they trade? You're going to find your own way, throughout this journey. But knowing, because also, Josh, it's like, well, where where do most people like to long? Where do most people like to short? So even if I'm not a long, I typically lean long or lean short, you're going to understand it's psychology, guys. Again, psychology. Where are most people getting in? Most people getting out? What is their psyche? Where's the demand, supply zones, and just understanding how most traders trade, because the indicators in and of themselves don't mean anything outside of like that's what other traders look at. That's where other traders are looking to sell and buy, and so that's where the inherent value in those indicators come from.
Yeah. And Lumo asked the trade thought process. Let's just go back to last week and what my thought process was. We'll go back to Orbs. Merlin, lay down, Merlin. And my dog and my Great Dane, he's like, I'm going to get in the way and talk with you, Dad. So just going back to last week in Orbs, this play, I got to go back even further now. Of course, let's go back 10 days here. So we'll go back 10 days. So there we go. Let's go back. So Orbs first one, right? Orbs went crazy. And it's the same process. We haven't been over this $20, $25 mark in forever. It's usually a magnitude of 30 to 35, 35 to 50. It is what it is. And I'll show you multiple that did it last week. CWD's yet another one. The very next morning, CWD, where's she at? Boom, same thing, right? Go back to past chart history. Hasn't been around the $20, $30, $40 area in forever. So when we get this momentum play, 20 where? 20 to 30, 30 to 35, 35 to 50. All right, we'll go to the very next day, or no, actually later in this day on Tuesday, and you get QMMMMMM. And I know same sort of thing, right? 20 to 30, 30 to 35 to 40 to right, boom. So the thought process exactly was the same thing today for BREA as it moved to this 20 mark, 20 to 30. Well, it finally got there. It took a little longer, but then 30 to 35, 35 to 50. The same thing. I even got asked on the Discord. Other cousin asked, "What's your exit plan?" Earlier, if I took the trade, and I said 30, take it, and then you leave a little runner, like we were talking about with Kevin was saying, leave 5 shares. I was trying to get in 10 shares on that move. I didn't get filled, unfortunately, but would have been 10 shares total. Just something. Last week was 100 shares, and again, the reason why you get on it, the news is exactly what we were seeing last week. 300 million private placement, and then you're seeing the same exact, digital treasury. Boom, you ride that momentum of a trade for the remaining shares, and where to 50, and then you get out your final shares from. That was it. That's the thought process when I'm taking these trades. You're going in small, FOMO sizing, as I call it, fear of missing out, because you look back and you go, oh my God, a play just went from 5 to 50. Oh my gosh. Well, you're going to have FOMO as you're seeing that play run, so just go something that you don't want to miss out. And if you do take the trade and you are wrong for whatever reason, right? Because you're going to be wrong at times. You go in a size that's not going to kill your account. So 10 shares wasn't going to do anything to my account because I'd stop out right below if I was wrong. But if you're right, you can let 10 shares, as I was just talking about, that 10 shares could have been a $200-$300 bank. Oh,
I know how much pain 10 shares can do, Josh. I took QMMM. I shorted that and immediately down a few $100s. I mean, the thing just was flying. So, 10 shares can do damage. So keep that in mind, guys. That's going to wrap up our first call-in live show. I have good news for the 2 callers that were brave enough to call. I've just gotten word from the Trade the Pool team that you actually both are going to win today. 5K accounts. We're going to do 2 5K evals. But what I need you guys to do, if you haven't already, you just need to sign up on Trade the Pool, their website. You need to just register for an account. You don't have to purchase anything. And then go ahead and email the call-in show. I'll type it out here. callinshow@tradethepool.com. Go ahead and email us your credentials, and the 5K accounts will be credited into your account. So this is something we're going to keep doing. We're just working out the kinks this time around. I think it's a great time. We get to hear. We'll pick a new theme next week, and we'll keep it up. So, guys, if you have any suggestions on themes or something, you just want to call in and share a good trading story. Right.
I mean,
not the story time.
Yeah, it's because VSync, I do see. I love the is that what's the green one? Is that Twitch? What's the green one with 5? It has different viewers. What's the green one where VSync alerted? Isn't it supposed to be whiskey?
Rumble.
Okay. So VSync on Rumble. Yeah, but I don't want my traders drunk. Listen, I'll lead them to the whiskey, just like my man Kevin over there likes some good bourbon. After we take the profit. So first, I get you to the water, get you nice and hydrated. You make some money with me, and then later on we go get drunk. And yes, I'll get my horses drunk later on. BC, but Rumble, yeah. I was like, what's this with your anyway? So yeah, I got it now, boss. Yeah. So that, hey, I know the song. Beer for my man, and for my horses. Yeah, exactly. Beer for my men, whiskey for my horses, or whatever it is. Yeah, that's a great song. But yeah,
So this is a great opportunity, guys. David and G Delcourt, congrats. We just want to celebrate you, David, entering your retirement. Right? We want to make sure you're learning the right approach to trading, and there's no better place to do that than Trade the Pool. You're going to have your stats, everything, how you're doing, your performance, the ins and outs, the profits, the losses, the risk reward, all of it's right in front of you, so you can see it all, monitor how you're doing, what you need to work on. It's a great place to start. Congrats, you two, on the 5K evals.
yep.
Go ahead and congrats. Email collinshow@tradethepool.com your information after registering for an account, and you'll be set up here shortly to go ahead and start trading on a $5,000 account. So, Josh, last word before we wrap it up.
That was great. No, fun. Hopefully we get more participants, obviously, down the line as we do this, get the kinks worked out. Everyone that's joined in from Rumble. Yeah, speaking of VSync, that is funny. That is the ticker name is Rum, and the guys at Rumble drinking some rum. Over on X, everyone from Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, all the different sources, wherever we're streaming live at right now. Thanks for joining for the day. Be back here, of course. Me and Kevin always on Tuesday and Thursday. We'll get the call-in show going weekly. Hey, like I've said recently with this volatile movement, you can even see today from Bria, unless it's HIMS, trade your normal beautiful share size. But otherwise, I've been saying it, keeping it light, keeping it tight. So light share size, tight stop losses, you will come out of this volatile area green.
Yep, rigid with the rules, flexible with the profit expectations. Guys, embrace the risk, accept the results. This is Trade the Pool.